arrangements, and we will work with businesses on the details of any new models.
Nick Fletcher.
Speaker, does the Minister agree with me that trade between our union is of the utmost importance and we should do all we can in this place to make sure that it is not hindered in any way?
Absolutely, Mr Speaker. The Government is steadfastly committed to Northern Ireland's integral place within the United Kingdom. We will never be neutral on the Union. The legislation we have recently introduced will fix the practical problems that the Protocol has created in Northern Ireland, avoiding a hard border, protecting the integrity of the UK and safeguarding the EU's single market.
Dr James Davis.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Businesses based in Great Britain, such as the Snowdonia Cheese Company in my constituency, tell me that while it's possible for them to trade with Northern Ireland, doing so can be very involved, costly and restrictive. The current application of the Northern Ireland Protocol is therefore hampering business growth and success. So would my right honourable friend confirm how businesses such as Snowdonia Cheese stand to benefit from the provisions of the Northern Ireland Protocol Bill?
My honourable friend makes an important point in terms of why this bill matters. Freedom to move products within the UK's internal market without impediment is critical. The legislation will enable businesses to be able to trade freely once again by delivering new green and red lane arrangements. It will remove unnecessary costs and paperwork for businesses who are trading ultimately within the UK, whilst ensuring that necessary checks are done quite properly for the goods that are entering the EU.
Alexander Stafford.
Speaker, can the Secretary of State confirm with me that this Government will continue to work closely with businesses to ensure we are addressing all their needs and ensure that trade between Northern Ireland and Rother Valley boom?
Absolutely. We want to see, my honourable friend is right, we want to see trade booming across the United Kingdom and for the United Kingdom. We will continue to work closely with businesses. The purpose of the secondary legislative powers in the bill is to allow us to flesh out precise technical details of our proposals, working with business who we will always engage with to make sure that our solutions work for them and deliver for them and the people of Northern Ireland. And we'll be doing that with them, both in Northern Ireland and Great Britain over the next few months, as well as other stakeholders, to ensure that new systems address their needs.
Caroline Hanson.
Speaker, as my right honourable friend says, there are huge opportunities for trade within the Union, and with spaceports in Cornwall and Scotland, and given Northern Ireland's expertise and strength in the manufacture of spacecraft components, can my right honourable friend assure me that when it comes to procurement, that businesses in Northern Ireland are as well placed as any to bid for these, and I can't resist, stellar opportunities?
My honourable friend is always fired on rocket-powered fuel to ask direct questions like that, and I'm afraid, no, I can't top her finishing. Look, my honourable friend is absolutely right. And Northern Ireland does have a real expertise in advanced engineering, manufacturing and aerospace. It is right that we are taking measures and taking this bill through to ensure that businesses across the United Kingdom, and yes, from my point of view, obviously predominantly those businesses in Northern Ireland, can absolutely benefit from the opportunities that are there for the UK, bringing UK businesses together in a global way that can see their business grow and create more jobs ultimately.
Claire Hanna.
Thank you very much. The Government claims that their protocol bill is designed to protect the Good Friday Agreement while being in the middle of a demolition derby of its core values, creating regression and polarisation that are going to take us years to fix. The Secretary of State should know that the Human Rights Act is a cornerstone commitment of the Good Friday Agreement. Can I ask what legal advice has he received and what representations has he made to Cabinet colleagues about the compatibility of the Bill of Rights and the 98 Agreement that he is charged with protecting?
The Honourable Lady is absolutely right. It is important that we are delivering on and protecting all aspects of the Belfast Good Friday Agreement. One of the points I've made a number of times at this very dispatch box over this last couple of years is that we've got to make sure we're protecting all three strands, not just the one. And I'm pleased that the Honourable Lady, I know, has recently been quoted as saying that she does not love the protocol. There are a lot of challenges for businesses, there's no doubt about that. So I hope she'll support this bill, which is seeking to fix those very challenges.
Jim Shannon.
The latest business to report disruption to their supply is a photo framing business in Newton Ards, whose supplier has said the profit margin isn't worth the hassle of sending his order, and so it has been cancelled. Another one of the 200 companies who trade between England and Northern Ireland. This is a tale repeated in businesses in every postcode. Government must do the right thing and restore our position constitutionally, but importantly also financially for businesses. Secretary of State, What is that date for the withdrawal bill to be heard in this place?
Well, I'm sure the honourable gentleman will appreciate I can't confirm the exact date at this point. Obviously, we've introduced the bill, but he can be reassured that this government is committed to resolving the problems with the protocol, restoring the primacy of the Belfast Good Friday Agreement and restoring sovereignty and territorial integrity for the whole of the United Kingdom. It is imperative that we ensure that people in Northern Ireland have the same benefits, laws and courts as everybody everywhere else in the United Kingdom. And I've been very clear that as part of that, obviously, we want to ensure that we're delivering on Strand 1, which means the reformation of the Northern Ireland Executive as soon as possible.
Angus Brendan McNamara.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Even a fool now knows, Mr Speaker, that Brexit has damaged UK trade and GDP. But does the government have any assessment of the GDP gain and the benefit to business the protocol has given Northern Ireland, especially as it's the only part of the UK outside London to record growth and the only part of the UK inside the single market? There's no coincidence it's seen growth.
Well, obviously, the honourable gentleman, sure, if he does a bit of research, will see that actually there's quite a complicated picture in terms of the. It is good to see Northern Ireland growing back quickly. Obviously, with a larger proportion of the economy in Northern Ireland based on the public sector, with the phenomenal support that the Chancellor has put in, I think that is to be welcome. We want to see Northern Ireland's economy grow. It was struggling before COVID. We are making sure we're putting that support in. I have to say it would be even easier to put that support in if it wasn't for the protocol that is preventing some of the measures that the Chancellor has taken, benefiting the people of Northern Ireland.
Chair of the Select Committee, Simon Hall.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Given that so much policy that affects and benefits business is devolved, isn't the best support that politicians of all stripes could give to Northern Irish business is to get Stormont back up and running?
Look, the Chairman of the Select Committee, my honourable friend, is absolutely right. Look, we all want to see Stormont back up and running. I think it is important to see all the ministers back with their full powers. We have the caretaker ministers now in place thanks to the legislation we recently took through. But being able to see Stormont making those spending decisions, getting money out the door, supporting businesses and people in Northern Ireland, I think is the right thing to do, yes.
Justin Matters.
Question 2, please, Mr Speaker.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I have regular discussions with Cabinet colleagues about issues affecting Northern Ireland more widely, obviously including the Northern Ireland Protocol.
Justin Matters.
The Secretary of State will be aware the Northern Ireland Business Brexit Working Group representing 14 different industries released a statement last week that said there are significant concerns about the introduction of an all-encompassing dual regulatory regime. I also understand dairy farmers have similar concerns. So, hearing those issues, could the Secretary tell us what consultation the government did with businesses before issuing this regime?
Absolutely.
We're in continuing engagement with business. We've had more than, I think, over 2 a month meetings with that wider group, as well as over 30 visits to businesses who are members of those groups over the last few months by myself and actually my colleague, my right honourable friend, the Minister of State. So we're in constant communication with business. That, as I said earlier on, it's important that as we're designing some of the details of this, we do it in conjunction with business to ensure that those businesses who are doing well and those sectors like dairy that benefit from the economy across the island of Ireland do not lose out, whilst we also ensure that we're delivering for those businesses who are so detrimentally affected at the moment by the problems of the implementation by the EU of the protocol.
Greg Williams.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. While the EU is rightfully focused on protecting its own single market, can I respectfully request that we first and foremost protect the single market of the United Kingdom? And will my right honourable friend confirm that the practical and durable solutions set out in the Northern Ireland Protocol Bill will do just that?
Absolutely. Spot on for my honourable friend, as ever. Our legislation will restore the balance inherent in the objectives of the protocol, avoiding a hard border, protecting the integrity of the United Kingdom, as well as safeguarding the EU single market. It is right that we are doing the right thing by businesses and citizens of Northern Ireland who are businesses and citizens of the United Kingdom and the UK internal market.
Secretary of State Peter Kyle.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. When government introduced the Internal Market Bill, the Secretary of State was quite honest about his law-breaking, and here we are again. The man who resigned over his actions, the former head of the government legal department, says that the protocol bill is next-level law-breaking. Based on this government's track record, why should anyone believe what the minister's claims about this bill's legality?
Exactly. Why should we believe?
Well, look, I appreciate the honourable gentleman does tend to make a habit of standing at the dispatch box and taking the side of the EU over the UK, which is disappointing because actually what he should be doing is supporting the UK economy, supporting businesses and people in Northern Ireland who want to see a resolution. We have set out a package in this legislation that is within the law and delivers to the people of Northern Ireland by delivering on actually what should be the priority for all of us, the Belfast Good Friday Agreement in all three strands.
Well, he mentions the Good Friday Belfast Agreement. The Foreign Secretary argues for unilateral action on the protocol because it does not have the support necessary in one of the communities in Northern Ireland. I said that the EU must show more flexibility and listen to the Unionist concerns. But if cross-community support is so important to government, can he confirm that the current plans also have the support of the nationalist community?
Well, the honourable gentleman talks about the Belfast Good Friday Agreement, and actually just in the last couple of his own tweets sort of highlight he possibly hasn't even read it. So I would suggest that he does get equipped with actually who are the signatories, at least, to the Belfast Good Friday Agreement, so he actually understands who the co-guarantors really are. We are absolutely focused on delivering all three strands of it. One thing that has been common and clear from the leaders of all the parties in Northern Ireland, that in one form or another they all want to see both nationalist and unionist changes to the Northern Ireland Protocol. They all acknowledge there are problems with it, that it isn't working for all businesses and citizens in Northern Ireland. We have to eventually, if we're not able to get an agreement with the EU, take forward measures to secure a resolution of the very problems that all of these people and businesses are outlining. We'd rather do that by agreeing with the EU, but it's right that we take action.
Sir Geoffrey Donaldson.
Mr Speaker, the EU has threatened to remove access for Northern Ireland businesses to their single market, and to police this they would have to create a hard border on the island of Ireland. That's the only consequence of their actions. Does the Secretary of State agree with me that such a threat from the EU indicates that far from wanting to protect the Good Friday Agreement and peace and stability in Northern Ireland, they simply want to punish Northern Ireland businesses because the UK government wants to protect the UK internal market?
Well, the honourable gentleman makes an important point, and it is right that we are looking to deliver on all three strands of the Belfast Good Friday. We will never be looking at any sort of infrastructure. There cannot be a hard border on the island of Ireland, in the same way there should not be a hard border between East and West. That's the issue of the three strands. We recognise that the EU's focus is on their single market. We recognise that we will ensure that their single market is protected, but we will defend all three strands of the Belfast Good Friday Agreement.
Sir Geoffrey Donaldson.
The Secretary of State will be aware that the former Prime Minister, Tony Blair, has stated that the protocol presents a real risk to the Good Friday Agreement. Does he agree with me that the agreement and the political institutions can only operate on the basis of a cross-community consensus and not the majority rule that some in this House are now advocating? And does he agree with me that in order to achieve that cross-community consensus, the government needs to proceed with legislation that will resolve the real difficulties that the protocol is presenting for the people of Northern Ireland and our place in the Union?
Yes, Mr Speaker, the government have been clear that we are determined that the political settlement in Northern Ireland is based on respect and understanding between all communities and the consent of those communities. The protocol is clearly undermining that, and that has to be resolved, and that's what we're seeking to do through our legislation. We would like to get an agreement with the EU, but we need to move on and get this legislation in place, as we've been unable to secure that agreement with the EU to protect the internal market of the UK, the people and businesses in Northern Ireland, and all three aspects of the Belfast Good Friday Agreement.
Andrew Morrison.
The government invested a great deal of good faith in signing the protocol and was entitled to expect the same faith in return. But it's now pretty clear that the protocol in practice has not proved to be compatible with the Good Friday Agreement. Will the government now consider triggering Article 16, particularly given the casual, if fleeting, use of that measure by Ursula von der Leyen?
Well, my honourable friend makes an important point about the fact the EU, of course, already worked to trigger Article 16 to prevent us and to create disruption, actually, with the vaccine rollout over COVID, which was, I think, highlighted their position in terms of their view about the protection of North-South and the Belfast Good Friday Agreement. We are determined to resolve the issues overall. As we said before, we don't want to trigger Article 16. We take nothing off the table, but we are very clear that this legislation that we have proposed resolves the issues that the protocol is creating, and it's the right move to take.
Number 3.
With permission, Mr Speaker, I will answer questions 3 and 4 together. Our preference remains to resolve the problems of the protocol through talks. Our door does remain open to discussions, but the EU so far has not been able to or willing to make meaningful changes to the protocol, which are necessary to deliver the solutions needed.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I thank the Minister for that answer, but he's walked away from negotiations, and by rejecting negotiation in favour of law-breaking and in doing so disregarding the wishes of the majority of MLAs, businesses and the Northern Irish public, the UK Government has utterly destroyed the trust that not only the EU had in the UK, but that Ireland and the United States had too. Trust is easily lost and hard won. So how does the Minister's government plan to ever be seen as a good faith partner in international negotiations ever again?
Well, I would say to the Honourable Gentleman, also, we published a command paper that set out solutions last year, which the EU have never properly engaged on. They did publish their ideas in October, which the business community of Northern Ireland have been clear do not work. We have continually been in engagements and negotiations with the EU. They have been clear now that they're not willing to show the flexibility needed to resolve the protocol issues, which is why we've introduced this bill. But he might want to pay attention and look back at Hansard to see the statement from the Foreign Secretary when we introduced this bill. We are very clear, as I said today, we will continue negotiating with the EU. We would seek and like to seek a resolution by agreeing with the EU, but it is right that we table this legislation at this point as well to resolve the issues.
Belfast Harbour has reported levels of trade and increase in turnover of profits of 17% to 73.3 million from 21, with pre-tax profits up 13% to 34 million. So, Mr Speaker, can the Secretary of State therefore advise the House why their government would jeopardise 25.6 million tonnes of cargo, a 9% increase on the 23.5 million a year earlier by 5% on the previous record levels of 2019, by unilaterally changing the Northern Ireland Protocol?
Ideology.
Well, I would just say to the Honourable Gentleman that he should maybe read the full article, because then he would realise that, as the article outlines, that between the easements, the standstill, the grace periods, we're not actually fully implementing the protocol, let alone the other business that Belfast Harbour takes in that has nothing to do with the protocol. What we do know is there are over 200 GPs not supplying Northern Ireland.
Mr Ducker, to use, I think those whippets you own need a little walk. That's where we were going shortly, Secretary of State.
I'll just leave the Honourable Gentleman to read the article to realise just how wrong his question was.
Right, Neil Hudson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Many of the issues related to trade and movement of goods between GB and Northern Ireland are plant and animal related. So what progress has the government made in trying to secure an arrangement between the UK and the EU on veterinary and sanitary and phytosanitary matters? This would address these issues and also enhance the UK's biosecurity.
Yeah, my honourable friend makes an important point, and one of the frustrations with the failure to see the flexibility we need from the EU is to resolve some of these issues that would have avoided the need to now be for us to have to take legislation and take that period of time to resolve it. Our legislation will resolve all of these issues and create a method that not only protects the EU single market, but importantly works for businesses, works for citizens, and all three aspects of the Good Friday Agreement dealing with those very issues he raises.
Mr Speaker, one of my predecessors in Redcar was the political giant Dr Marjorie Morland, most notable for her work in securing the Belfast Good Friday Agreement. So can the Minister confirm that any arrangement we reach with the EU in relation to the protocol will take account of and address the issues that are disrupting the delicate balance of that agreement?
Yes, my honourable friend is absolutely right. It is important that we absolutely are respecting that balance in that agreement. It's important. It's given us peace for 24 years, and that's where our focus is.
SNP spokesman Richard.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Of course, I have to remind the Secretary of State that it was this government that signed up to the Trade and Cooperation Agreement and the Northern Ireland Protocol as it currently stands. And it might not be necessary to try and renegotiate had more time been given over to this chamber to allow members to scrutinise it before it entered into law. Does the Secretary of State regret the decision that was taken by the government to curtail the amount of parliamentary time that was available to members to scrutinise that before Brexit was done?
Well, I think the honourable gentleman is arguing to go back in time and take even longer to get Brexit done. I'm not sure the British public or anybody will thank you for that. But of course, the business house is generally agreed through the usual channels, as it always is.
Liz Truss.
Question 5, Mr Speaker.
Mr Speaker, with permission, I will answer questions 5 and 6 together. the challenges faced by the public across the United Kingdom in terms of cost of living are the dominant issue facing British politics. The government is acting decisively to ensure that we provide support to the most vulnerable households. The biggest thing we can do, Mr. Speaker, in Northern Ireland will be to restore devolved government so that we have a government that can act for the people of Northern Ireland as the government of the United Kingdom is acting in England, Scotland and Wales.
Mr. Speaker, the Secretary of State will be well aware that the energy price cap doesn't exist in Northern Ireland, leaving households vulnerable to up to 33% price hikes we've seen in recent months. The Treasury said in May that they were urgently working to step in to provide direct support due to the lack of an executive. Can the government now lay out how the £400 energy discount will be delivered in Northern Ireland?
Well, Mr. Speaker, we're very clear on this. The way that this should be delivered is through restored, devolved government in Northern Ireland, and the impediment to that, as the Honourable Lady will know, is the interpretation and application of the Northern Ireland Protocol. And as I have said clearly to members opposite from the Democratic Unionist Party, that is a matter for the United Kingdom to negotiate with the European Union, or for us to take legislative measures in this House, as we are doing. They should be back in government, delivering for the people of Northern Ireland on the mandate delivered in May.
Chris Elmore. An Ulster Bank report last week contained the worrying results that Northern Ireland firms are the least optimistic of any UK nation or region about activity in 12 months' time. What further support can the government offer to businesses in Northern Ireland struggling with this Tory cost of living crisis?
Well, as the honourable gentleman knows, this is an international challenge exacerbated by the situation in Ukraine and Russia, and the government is delivering decisive action, decisive interventions to help people through this incredibly challenging situation, probably the most challenging situation that we have faced for a generation. But in terms of Northern Ireland, look, in terms of New Decade, New Approach funding, city and growth deals, the levelling up agenda, the community shared ownership funding, there is a plethora of interventions that we're making in Northern Ireland to make life better for ordinary people in Northern Ireland than it is already.
Peter Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've listened to one of the most able members of the government with his thoughtful response. But could he tell me, if the problem really is the Northern Ireland Protocol, how on earth are we going to get the EU to see sense?
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend asked some of the most devastating supplementaries. We're very straightforward on this. We are simply saying to the European Union, I've been explaining this on behalf of the Prime Minister of the United States, that goods that are moving within the United Kingdom's internal market that are destined for sale and consumption in Northern Ireland, that will never see dawn or dusk in the Irish Republic, in the European single market, pose absolutely no risk whatsoever to the integrity of the European single market. And I spent time, Mr. Speaker, 2 weeks ago with Tony Blair, who has produced an amazing report on this that actually says the European Union need to find the room to move. Vice President Šefčovič needs to be given a broader mandate, and it absolutely remains the determination, I say to my honourable friend, of this government to reach a conclusion on the protocol in negotiation, in friendship and partnership with the European Union.
Because of the Barnett formula, something of course the SNP would do away with for Scotland, our whole United Kingdom, including Scotland and Northern Ireland, will benefit from the £81 billion household support fund, including £14 million to Northern Ireland. Does my right honourable friend agree that this will help the most vulnerable households in Northern Ireland?
Mr. Speaker, as almost always, my honourable friend is absolutely right.
I now come to the Shadow Minister, Tony Antoniazzi.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Last week I met Johnny Petrie, the Chief Executive of Ulster Rugby, about the club's plans to apply for levelling up funding to improve sporting facilities, including for community clubs across Northern Ireland, which support the health and well-being of local people. Can the Government commit to consider funding development of facilities so that Northern Ireland can attract major sporting and cultural events which would deliver much-needed tourism, jobs and money to the people of Northern Ireland?
I'm delighted, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, thank you for that thunderous welcome back to the dispatch box. I'm happy to say to the Shadow Minister that we will absolutely do that. I was only yesterday in Carrickfergus with the son-in-law of the honourable gentleman up there, seeing a new 4G or 5G pitch. We are absolutely committed to levelling up, and as my right honourable friend the Prime Minister has made clear, levelling up is the mission of this government. It is not about north-south, it is about improving life opportunities in communities across the whole of the United Kingdom, especially in Northern Ireland.
That must be the loudest cheer any minister's ever had before. Well done, Minister. Before we come to Prime Minister's questions, I'd like to point out the British Sign Language interpretation of proceedings is available to watch on Parliament Live TV. We now start with questions to Prime Minister Chris Elmore.
Number one, sir. Mr Speaker, to mark Windrush Day, today sees the unveiling of a national monument at Waterloo Station that acknowledges the Windrush generation's outstanding contribution to British society and will also be a permanent place of reflection. Mr Speaker, as part of Armed Forces Week, I was delighted to host a reception yesterday in Downing Street. Members across the House are immensely proud of our armed forces, and we thank them and their families for their service to our country. And Mr Speaker, I know the House will welcome the deal that we've signed with Moderna, which will see them build new facilities in the UK, including around £1 billion of new investment in research and development. Mr Speaker, this morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others. In addition to my duties in this House, I shall have further such meetings later today, and I will be travelling thereafter to Chogum in Rwanda. I will then be attending the G7 Leaders Summit and the NATO Summit, Mr Speaker, so a full budget of news for you there.
Chris Elmore.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I associate myself with the Prime Minister's comments in relation to the armed forces and other comments? Prime Minister, has he ever considered the appointment of his current spouse to a government post or to any organisation in one of the royal households? Be honest, Prime Minister, yes or no?
Yes or no? Mr Speaker, I know why the party opposite wants to talk about non-existent jobs in the media, Mr Speaker, because they don't want to talk about what's going on in the real world. I'm proud to say, actually, that we now have 620,000 people more in payroll employment than before the pandemic began, which would never have been possible if we listened to the right honourable gentleman opposite.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The UK is the global leader in social outcomes contracts. They can deliver public services in an array of areas from healthcare, mental health care, employment, education and development aid. According to Big Society Capital, every £1 the government has spent in this way has delivered £10 in a further economic, social and fiscal value, including £3 in direct savings to government. Does my right honourable friend agree that the time is right for the government to redouble its focus on these outcomes-led commissioning?
My honourable friend is absolutely right to champion this type of approach, which makes a real difference to people's lives, people suffering from mental health issues, helping them to find a route back into work. And that's why we are commissioning more initiatives through such funds as the Life Chances Fund, helping those people in society who face the biggest barriers to have happy and productive lives.
We now come to the Leader of the Opposition, Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I join the Prime Minister in his comments about Windrush? And can I pay tribute to everyone who is serving and has served in our armed forces? can I also pay tribute to everyone standing for election tomorrow? In particular, the plucky Conservative candidate for Wakefield. He's standing even though his own colleagues think he's so useless they held a vote of no confidence in him. Does the Prime Minister hold any personal interest in seeing if the public will vote for a Tory that even his own side don't think is up to it?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I've absolutely no doubt that the people of this country and the people of Wakefield, people of Tiverton and Honiton would much rather vote for a solid Conservative government than for a Labour Party. They're enablers and acolytes in the Liberal Democrats, Mr. Speaker, the chameleons, the karma chameleons of British politics. When the leader of the Labour Party hasn't even got the gumption, Mr. Speaker, to speak out against the rail strikes to the people in the north of this country, up and down this country. Absolutely unbelievable silence from the leader of the Labour Party, Mr. Speaker.
He's obviously not been to Wakefield recently. He's crashed the economy. He's put everybody's tax up. The last Tory sent up to Wakefield being convicted of a sexual assault. That's not much of a pitch, Prime Minister. Talking of people not up to the job, whilst the Transport Secretary spends his time working on his spreadsheet tracking the Prime Minister's unpopularity, thousands of families have had their holiday flights cancelled. It takes forever to renew your driving licence or passport, and now we've got the biggest rail strike in 30 years. If he is genuine,
Both sides, let's calm down, we've only just started. The problem is he'll go on forever and nobody wants that, I assure you. Whoever's speaking or asking questions, here's Starmer.
If he's genuine about preventing strikes, will the Prime Minister tell this House how many meetings he or his Transport Secretary have had with rail workers this week to actually stop the strikes?
Mr. Speaker, this is the government that loves the railways, that invests in the railways. Not £96 billion we're putting into the integrated railway plan building. Not just, I'm proud to have built Crossrail, by the way, Mr. Speaker, and we're going to build Northern Powerhouse Rail. But what we've got to do is modernise our railways. And it is a disgrace when we are planning to make sure that you don't have ticket offices that sell fewer than one ticket every hour, Mr. Speaker, that he yesterday had 25 Labour MPs out on the picket line, defying instructions.
I want to hear the Prime Minister answer, even if you don't. I think you ought to show some respect for the Prime Minister. Prime Minister.
Out on the 25, and the shadow deputy leader, out on the picket line, Mr. Speaker, backing the strikers, Mr. Speaker, while we back the strivers.
Mr. Speaker, I'm surprised he's giving me advice about my team. If I do need advice, let's say about a £100,000 job at the Foreign Office, I will ask him for recommendation. And there you, Mr. Speaker, there you have it. The Prime Minister of this country and his Transport Secretary haven't attended a single meeting, held a conversation, or lifted a finger to stop these strikes. But I did note that on Monday they did find time to go to a lavish ball where the Prime Minister sold a meeting with himself for £120,000 to a donor. If there's money coming his way, he's there. He's nowhere to be seen. So rather than blame everyone else, why doesn't he do his job, get round the table and get the trains running?
Mr. Speaker, we are making sure that we do everything we can to prevent these strikes. As he knows, it is up to the railway companies to negotiate. That is their job. We've spent £16 billion looking after the railways, Mr. Speaker, throughout the pandemic. That's cost every household £600. And at the same time, we know why he takes the line he does. We know why he won't condemn the strikes. We know why even now he hasn't got the gumption to call out his MPs who are going out to support the pickets, Mr. Speaker. The reason his authority is on the line in this matter is that they take £10 million from the unions, Mr. Speaker. That's the fee that the learned gentleman opposite is receiving for the case he is failing to make.
He can't help himself. There's a huge problem facing the country, and all he's interested in doing is blaming everyone else. Can't he hear the country screaming at him, "Get on with your job"? Whilst he blames everyone and anyone, working people are paying the price. This week, at the same time, his Chief of Staff is trying to change the law to get bankers' bonuses increased. So come on, only one of them can be right. Is it his Treasury Minister who says every worker needs a pay cut, or is it his Chief of Staff who says every banker needs a pay rise?
Actually, Mr. Speaker, under this government, 5 million public sector workers are getting a pay rise, Mr. Speaker. We've increased the living wage by £1,000. We've increased universal credit so that people get £1,000 more. Thanks to the fiscal firepower that we have, Mr. Speaker, we're putting £1,200 more into every one of the 8 million most vulnerable households in the country. That is what we can do because of the tough decisions that we have taken, Mr. Speaker. But meantime, what we're also trying to do is cut the costs of transport, which is a big part of people's weekly outgoings, by reforming our railways. That's what we're trying to do. But he's standing with the strikers, Mr. Speaker, and lifting the cost of transport for everybody. That's the reality.
His Chief of Staff says that removing the cap on bankers' bonuses is, in his words, reflective of our new approach. Pay rises for city bankers, pay cuts for district nurses. That's the new approach. Mr. Speaker, I didn't see that on any leaflets in Wakefield. But this hasn't come from nowhere, because according to the Financial Times, on the 7th of June last year, the Prime Minister was directly lobbied for the cap to be lifted. Rather than help working people, he's rolled over on bankers' bonuses, hasn't he?
Mr. Speaker, what we're actually doing is putting, thanks to the decisions, and the reason we can do that, Mr. Speaker, is because we took the tough decisions necessary to come out of the pandemic faster than any other European country. That's why we have unemployment at or near record lows, Mr. Speaker. None of that would have been possible if we had listened to him. And we have more people now in payroll employment than we had before the pandemic began. That is what the British people know, and that is what this government is going to continue to deliver.
15 tax rises, high tax, low wages, low growth. That summed his government up. Working people paying more tax under this government, and now they're told to take a pay cut. He's having meetings about increasing bankers' bonuses, but he can't find time for a single meeting to end the strikes crippling the country. Mr. Speaker, it's Armed Forces Week. Under this Prime Minister, those serving our country are facing a real terms tax pay cut. Why is his government more focused on increasing
Order. Mr. McNeill, your voice isn't quiet. It's like mine, it curries. So the best thing to do, if you want it to curry, try standing on the terrace for a while. Here's that.
Mr. Speaker, it's Armed Forces Week. Under this Prime Minister, those serving our country are facing a real terms pay cut. Why is his government more focused on increasing bankers' pay than the pay of those that are running the country?
Mr. Speaker, how absolutely satirical that he should talk about our support for the armed forces when we've increased our funding for our armed forces by a record sum since the end of the Cold War, and when eight of the shadow front bench actually want to get rid of our nuclear deterrent, Mr. Speaker, including the shadow foreign secretary. We're helping people up. Yes, it's true. Maybe it's true. Mr. Speaker, we are helping people up and down the country £1,200 will be coming into their bank accounts of the 8 million most vulnerable households. The cut in national insurance will be coming into their bank accounts as a result of the steps my right honourable friend is saying. But what we're also doing is reforming our systems so we cut costs for people up and down the country. Reforming our energy markets, building a nuclear reactor every year rather than one every 10 years, Mr. Speaker, getting people off welfare into work, 500,000 people off welfare into work because we cut the time people are waiting on benefits, Mr. Speaker, and cutting the costs of transport for working people, Mr. Speaker, by delivering reforms while they're out on the picket line, literally holding hands with Arthur Scargill, Mr. Speaker. That's them. It's worse than under Jeremy Corbyn. This is a government that is taking this country forward. They would take it back to the 1970s.
For years in Harrogate and Knaresborough, we had the Labour no-growth Northern Rail franchise. Yeah. We now have new rolling stock, more and better services. We have, though, seen some lost, as the industries had to suspend some services while they catch up on driver training lost during the pandemic. Strikes just takes us back to the 1970s. Yep. So will the Prime Minister's focus on the future ensure that we have apprenticeship schemes, focusing on engineering and driver training, to ensure that we recover the services lost? We have an industry that's focused upon efficiency and embraces technology for the future.
My right honourable friend knows exactly what he speaks, and we're doing just that. We're reforming driver training to make entry into the sector simpler, whilst continuing, of course, to make sure that we meet vital safety requirements.
We now come to Leader of the SNP, Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I associate myself with the remarks of the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Labour Party as we mark armed services? We can thank all our service personnel for the services that they give. Mr. Speaker, on Windrush Day, we celebrate all those who have made Scotland and the UK their home. My party backs calls for a major commemoration for the 75th anniversary next year, so we can properly mark the valued contribution that those that came here have made. Mr. Speaker, this morning it was revealed that UK inflation is now at a 40-year high. Families right across these islands are seeing their income squeezed as prices rise, bills soar, and Tory cuts and tax hikes hammer home. After 12 years in government, the Tories have left the UK economy in the doldrums and pushed millions of people into poverty. So, can I ask the Prime Minister, does he think his government bears any blame for the fact that the United Kingdom is doing so much worse than our European neighbours?
Actually, Mr. Speaker, I think the whole House knows and the whole country knows we've got a global inflationary problem, but this government has the fiscal firepower to deal with it, Mr. Speaker, and that is, I think, of benefit to the whole of the United Kingdom, including Scotland, as we've seen throughout the pandemic. And I think it's a matter of fact that taxes are actually highest of all in Scotland, Mr. Speaker.
Ian Blackford.
Well, actually, that is not true, Mr. Speaker. But of course, the Prime Minister can make all the excuses he likes. But the fact is, the UK economy is lagging behind on his watch. Actually, if he looks at France, inflation is less than 6% there. This morning's report from the Resolution Foundation and the London School of Economics is the latest in a string of devastating reports on the outlook for the UK economy. The report could not be clearer. The Tory government's disastrous Brexit is driving wages down, pushing inflation up, and will make us poorer over the next decade. But instead of reversing course, the Prime Minister is recklessly threatening a trade war at the worst possible time. Will he finally come to his senses and negotiate an economic agreement with the EU, or is he going to woefully push the UK into recession?
Mr. Speaker, nobody wants a trade war, nor is there any need for one. But I think I'm afraid he's underestimating what this country is currently achieving. Not just the Moderna investment, but a record venture capital investment in this country, which has now overtaken China, Mr. Speaker, as a venue for venture capital investment, and not to say nothing of what we're getting in tech. And that, of course, Mr. Speaker, the benefits of that are being felt throughout the whole of the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I very much support the work of this government to level up all parts of the United Kingdom, including Scotland and my own constituency in the Scottish Borders. For the Scottish Borders, improved transport connectivity is the key to levelling up. So will the Prime Minister reconfirm his government's support for improvements to the cross-border A1 road and also the feasibility study to extend the Borders Railway to Hoyt, Newcastleton and on to Carlisle?
I thank him for an excellent piece of lobbying, and I can tell him that we're looking, certainly the Department of Transport is working with Transport Scotland on the possible extension of the Borders Railway to Carlisle, and on the A1 a decision is to be made later this year.
Caroline Lucas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's emerged that there is a backlog of 23,000 applications under the Afghan Relocation and Assistance Policy, with just 2 of 3,000 applications for refuge by Afghans who worked for Britain processed since April. Yet at the same time, staff working on the Arab scheme have been slashed by a quarter since December. This is an incredible betrayal of the Afghan people who put their lives on the line to work for our country. So, I still have casework many people from the Chevening alumni, for example, who've been promised support since September. Can I send those cases to him? Will he put more resources into the scheme, and will he lift the cap on the ACRS scheme so that we can finally do our best for the people of Afghanistan?
I thank her very much, but I think I'm afraid that she is underestimating what this country is already doing for the people of Afghanistan. And I think on Armed Forces Day we should celebrate pitting that brought 15,000 out. I'm of course very happy to look at the cases that she wants to raise, and we will do our best for them and for their families, Mr. Speaker. But this House should be in no doubt of the generous welcome that we continue to give to people from Syria, from Afghanistan, from Ukraine, from Hong Kong. We have a record to be very proud of.
Andy Carter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My constituents in Chapelford, in Penketh, in Great Sankey and in Appleton all tell me they want to see more police officers tackling issues like antisocial behaviour, tackling issues like domestic abuse and burglary. And thanks to the initiatives of John Dwyer, the excellent Police and Crime Commissioner in Cheshire, and sustained recruitment by the new Chief Constable, the hard work of our police officers is paying off, with almost a 50% increase in arrests for domestic abuse in Cheshire over the last 12 months compared to the last 12 months. Can my right honourable friend update the House on how many more officers have been recruited in both Cheshire and across the UK since he became the Prime Minister? And will he join me in recognising...
Mr. Prime Minister, can I just say, other members do want to get in. The longer the question, the less will get in. Your friendship will dwindle if you carry on like that. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I can tell him very briefly, it's 13,576 more police officers, 200 more in Cheshire, Mr. Speaker. But what they're also doing, Mr. Speaker, is they're cutting neighbourhood crime already by 31%. Our streets are getting safer as a result.
Sorry.
Thank you. A clear majority of members of the Northern Ireland Assembly reject the government's protocol bill and the Prime Minister's rationale for it. And businesses fear its consequences. This Prime Minister has made clear on multiple occasions his commitment, so-called, to all aspects of the Good Friday Agreement.
Consensus.
That includes the European Convention on Human Rights being part of domestic law. So how can he stand over that commitment when the Justice Secretary is about to publish a bill that unpicks and disapplies the Human Rights Act within our domestic law? He can't have it both ways.
I think if the honourable gentleman will just wait for the Justice Secretary's statement, which follows shortly, I think he will find that he is in error in what he's just said.
Alexander Stafford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. High-wage, high-skilled jobs at the heart of my campaign to level up Rother Valley and tackle the cost of living crisis. I have personally hosted 2 job fairs, and thanks to £11 million investment from the government's Levelling Out Fund, Rother Valley will benefit from a cutting-edge skills and employment village and a leading incubator space for training apprenticeships and start-ups hosted at the old Maltby Grammar School. Staff areas were neglected under Labour. In light of this, will my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, pledge his support for high-wage, high-skilled Rother Valley, level up our high streets and also visit Rother Valley to see levelling up in action?
Yes, I think probably the best member for Rother Valley that we've ever had, Mr. Speaker. I thank him very much, and we're going to continue with our agenda of levelling up across the whole country, through all the difficulties that this country has faced, and it will get young people across the country and in Rother Valley into good jobs for generations to come, and that is our ambition.
Osborne.
Speaker, tens of thousands of people were marching through London last weekend, protesting against this out-of-touch government. Rail workers are on strike, Royal Mail workers, NHS workers, teachers and even barristers are on the verge of taking industrial action. All workers are struggling to cope with the worst cost of living crisis in history. Ministers are planning to boost city bosses' pay whilst demanding wage restraint for everyone else. So can the Prime Minister tell me when is he going to stop meaningless sound bites and instead start supporting working people across our country?
If she wants to support the working people of this country, Mr. Speaker, can I suggest she gets off the picket line? Which is where she has been, and supports the and has a word with her leader, Mr. Speaker, and supports the travelling public of this country who want to see a reduction in their costs of transport, which this government is delivering.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For much of Britain, levelling up means the revitalisation of British industry and the jobs that goes with it. Many countries around the world, such as Germany and China, get a competitive advantage by burning lignite, the dirtiest form of fossil fuel. So does my right honourable friend share my concerns about the ethics of holding back British industry and exporting and magnifying our carbon emissions overseas, all in the name of net zero?
Mr. Speaker, I think we can all be proud of the way we've reduced CO2 emissions in this country, but plainly it makes no sense to be importing coal, particularly for metallurgical purposes, when we have our own domestic resources.
Louise Fletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister knows that we in Coventry and Warwickshire are proudly the UK's leading centre for battery vehicle innovation. He knows because he visited the UK Battery Industrialisation Centre just last year. If this government wants this vital sector to survive for the future, the Prime Minister needs to confirm his support. Will he give a concrete guarantee for the resources needed for the West Midlands Gigafactory project to go ahead so we can deliver much-needed skilled jobs in Coventry for 2025?
Well, Mr. Speaker, that's probably the first sensible question from the opposition benches, and I can tell her that we do actively support gigafactories because I believe they can be of huge advantage for the UK economy. That's why I'm proud to see one now in Blythe. We're working with the authorities in the West Midlands, in Coventry, to make sure that we also get a successful result there.
Sir Bill Wiggin.
Hereford Sixth Form College has over 600 students who rely on the trains to get them to their exams this week. What can my right honourable friend do to ensure that these young people doing their GCSEs and A-levels are not punished by the train strikers?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I know how much my right honourable friend cares for students in his constituency, and I can tell him that no exams have been cancelled as a result of the strikes so far. We expect schools and colleges to have contingency arrangements in place to manage disruption. If students arrive late, then schools should allow them to take the paper, and exam boards will determine if that paper can be marked based on how late the student is. And I'm told that, Mr. Speaker, if the student misses the exam completely, the school can apply for their grades to be calculated from the other assessments they have completed in that subject. And I hope that is helpful to my right honourable friend.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister will be aware of the problems that arose in Paris at the European Cup final. Will he agree with me that both the French and UEFA authorities' attempts to blame Liverpool fans for the failures to keep order at the stadium has been comprehensively disproven, And will he ensure that the French failure to police the event is roundly condemned?
I thank him very much, Mr. Speaker, and I think the whole House will have seen how those initial accounts of what took place were completely debunked and proved to be incorrect in respect of the Liverpool fans, and I think it was right that the French authorities and I think UEFA issued a full apology for what took place.
Sir Desmond Swade.
Taking back control is to apply to the ECHR too, isn't it?
Mr. Speaker, I think he should wait for my right honourable friend, the Deputy Prime Minister, who will be saying a little bit about that in just a moment. But I can tell him that when it comes to the Rwanda policy that we are pursuing, that policy, Mr. Speaker, has not been ruled unlawful by any UK court, nor so far by any international court, Mr. Speaker. And we will continue with that policy.
Lyra Wilson.
Much, Mr. Speaker. The father-in-law of my constituent, Ibrahim, is a former Supreme Court judge in Afghanistan. He successfully prosecuted and put behind bars hundreds of terrorists associated with the Taliban, Al-Qaeda and ISIS. 7 months on since he put in his Arab application, there is no progress. He's living in hiding. His only option is a perilous journey to Pakistan, where if his visa is refused, he will be deported back into the hands of the Taliban. So, will the Prime Minister meet with me and the former judge's family to see how we can save the life of a man who I have no doubt has helped save hundreds of British lives?
Well, can I thank her very much for raising that particular case, and it does sound extremely meritorious, and I'll make sure that she gets a meeting with the Department of Defence that runs ARAP, Mr. Speaker, and that we do our best to expedite that application as fast as we can.
To Ben Spass.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to represent over 1,000 Park Home residents. When will the government address the injustice of pitch fees determined by RPI, and how is the government going to ensure they can all benefit from the energy grant?
I thank the honourable gentleman, my honourable friend. We are going to introduce legislation as soon as parliamentary time allows to change the inflationary index used in calculating the annual pitch fee to CPI. Mr. Speaker, and I'm told that the Department for Levelling Up and Housing has undertaken research on the impacts on residents and site owners of a change to the 10% commission that is currently paid on the sale of a park home.
Caroline Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure the Prime Minister is as thrilled as I am that you, Mr. Speaker, signed the Wellbeing of Women Menopause Pledge last week to show support for women in this place. So will the Prime Minister follow Mr. Speaker's example and ensure the better access to treatment for women in England by introducing the single annual payment for HRT now, not make them wait till April 23, a full 18 months after it was first promised?
I thank her very much for raising what is a very important issue, and one that is understood keenly on all sides of this House. And I know that my right honourable friend, the Health Secretary, is accelerating the work of the HRT task force to give people up and down the country the reassurance and the treatment that they need.
Final question, Dean Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was incredibly grateful that the Prime Minister launched my initiative to train 1,000 mental health first aiders in awareness in Watford over a year and a half ago, and it's being successfully delivered by Watford and West Herts Chamber of Commerce and many amazing volunteers. So I know he understands the importance of mental well-being and mental health. Sadly, bullying can have a long-lasting effect on mental health and well-being. So today, the Diana Award are raising awareness about bullying in schools and online, and with the Don't Face It Alone campaign. So will the Prime Minister please join me in encouraging any young person experiencing bullying to speak up and speak out?
Can I thank him very much and congratulate him on his own campaign on this issue. I think everybody understands that bullying is an absolutely appalling experience and something that we should not tolerate in our society. And I'm delighted to see so many colleagues, so many honourable members wearing their blue ribbons today, Mr. Speaker. We should all speak out against bullying, but we should also make sure that we give everybody the courage to speak out against bullying as well.
That ends PMQs. Those who wish to leave, please do so. Wonderful flag. No, it's important. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Nice and tight there, Mr. Speaker.
It was good. Thank you. Thanks very much. That worked well. That was good. Always really about it. Just let people go through it. Okay. Before I call the Deputy Prime Minister to make his statement, I have to say to him and to the Government, I'm extremely disappointed that once again an important government policy has been presented to the media before this House. Why the BBC and Sky News is more important, I will never know. That is simply, and I will say again, that is simply not acceptable. One thing which did not change in the recently revised Ministerial Code was the important statement: when Parliament is in session, the most important announcements of government policy should be made in the first instance in Parliament. But yet again, the media have been the first to know. I'm glad that the Minister is making the statement, but he should have done that before speaking to the media. I would certainly have granted an urgent question, and I've got to say thank Mr Bone putting one in just in case, had the statement not been forthcoming. And the Government should be aware that I will always do this in similar circumstances. And I've got to say, I nearly granted both, and I don't want to put in that position again. So please, respect this House, respect members of every political party. They're elected to hear it here, not via the news. Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr Speaker, thank you, and I of course heed his advice as ever. We strived to make sure that we only kept within the tramels of what had gone out in the consultation document, but I heed his advice as ever. And with your permission, I will make a statement on the publication and introduction of a UK Bill of Rights as we take the next steps to fulfil our manifesto commitment and deliver human rights reform across the country. Mr Speaker, we have a proud tradition of freedom under the rule of law in this country, and I would remind honourable members on all sides that it dates back centuries to Magna Carta, not just 1998. The Bill of Rights is the next chapter in the evolution and the strengthening of our human rights framework. It's published today and available online and, I believe, in the Vote Office. Mr Speaker, let me turn to the key strands of our reforms. First, and again to remind the House, as I said when we launched the consultation back in December, the UK intends to remain a state party to the European Convention on Human Rights. It is a common sense set of principles, and the problems that we have encountered have stemmed from the elastic interpretations and the expansion, absent meaningful democratic oversight, in particular as a result of the procedural framework set out in the Human Rights Act. And so, Mr Speaker, our key objectives with reform are to reinforce those quintessentially UK-wide rights, like freedom of speech, the liberty that guards all of the others, and we will also recognise the role of jury trial, mindful of how it operates in different parts of the United Kingdom, and something which is not prevalent on the continent, but is very much part of the heritage and the pedigree of this country. These liberties are part of our proud history, but they're also critical to strengthening our place in the world as an open, vibrant and rambunctious democracy. Mr Speaker, next we will strengthen the separation of powers in this country, affirming the supremacy of the Supreme Court, being explicit that the UK courts are under no obligation to follow the Strasbourg case law and indeed are free to diverge from it. I'm proud of our world-beating judiciary. And what else is the point? What else is the point of a Supreme Court if it bows in subordination to a European one? Mr Speaker, we've also seen the goalposts on human rights shift over time through expansive judicial interpretations licensed by the Human Rights Act, which has tended to magnify overweening rulings from Strasbourg. Although it is worth noting, in fairness, that there has been more judicial restraint in Strasbourg on occasion in recent times. Nevertheless, Mr. Speaker, what ebbs may flow, and we will ensure in our Bill of Rights that any expansion of human rights law, as opposed to its interpretation, is subject to proper democratic oversight by elected members in this House. Our reforms, in particular to sections 2 and 3 of the Human Rights Act, will squarely address those flaws in the current framework. And we will also be crystal clear that when it comes to the laws of the land and the legitimate necessary and constructive dialogue that we have with Strasbourg, it is Parliament that has the last word. There's been much said by the judiciary in Strasbourg about an age of subsidiarity, with greater respect for the will of domestic democratic institutions, particularly since the 2012 Brighton Declaration that the UK is very much spearheading to promote reform. Our approach is crafted very much with that in mind, to facilitate that dialogue between the United Kingdom and Strasbourg and avail ourselves of the margin of appreciation which is within the bounds of the Convention. Equally, as a matter of basic democratic principle, we will reaffirm and reinforce the democratic oversight and control exercised by this House. Now, Mr. Speaker, our Bill of Rights sets out a range of important reforms, a permission stage in the UK courts to assert greater checks over frivolous claims at an earlier stage. That, of course, reflects the Strasbourg Court itself, which has an admissibility stage. We've included provision to ensure that behaviour of anyone claiming a breach of their human rights is taken into account when our courts consider compensation. It's a principle of law in this country that those who come to equity do so with clean hands. I think that should be reflected in human rights claims as well. We will also expressly, Mr. Speaker, provide for greater weight to be given to Parliament's determination of the public interest set out in primary legislation when considering the interpretation of rights to ensure we are better equipped to protect the public. And that will reinforce our ability to, for example, deport more foreign national offenders, and in particular, those claiming ever more elastic interpretations of Article 8 and the right to family life to frustrate the deportation process. It will also ensure we can deliver our reforms to the parole system. So when it comes to those finely balanced assessments of risk in decisions on the release of potentially dangerous offenders, public protection is the overriding priority. Our Bill of Rights will also mean that we can prevent well-meaning but counterproductive and onerous straitjacket regulatory burdens being placed on our public services, resulting from rulings determined by lawyers in court rather on such sensitive matters being set by elected lawmakers in this House. That's particularly important, Mr. Speaker, with respect to finely balanced assessments of social policy matters with financial impact, the bread and butter issues that it is for this Parliament to decide. Mr. Speaker, we have consulted and engaged very widely across the whole of the United Kingdom. We will continue to do so. This is a UK-wide reform, but we want to work with all of the devolved administrations on these essential reforms, so we will be seeking legislative consent motions, noting nevertheless that the status of the Human Rights Act is as a, and I quote, protected enactment under the devolved settlements, so reform, replacement, revision can only take place from Westminster. Mr. Speaker, our Bill of Rights will strengthen our proud tradition of freedom. It will demarcate a clearer separation of powers. It will ensure greater respect for our democratic institutions, and it will better protect the public and restore a healthy dose of common sense to the justice system, which is essential for commanding public confidence. Ultimately, it will make us freer, it will help keep our streets safer, and I commend this statement to the House.
I now call the Shadow Minister, Ellie Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sure the whole House will want to join me in sending our deepest condolences to my honourable friend, the member for Croydon North, who, following the death of his father last week, cannot be here today. Mr. Speaker, this is a very dark day for victims of crime, for women, for people in care, for everyone in this country who rely on the state to protect them from harm. This is not a Bill of Rights, it's a con. The Lord Chancellor knows this because he's been working on it for over a decade. We know from the Queen's speech that this bill will take away the duty of the state to protect everyone from harm by removing the positive obligations set out in the Human Rights Act. It will force victims of crime seeking justice to schlep to Strasbourg, creating endless delays and red tape. Sir Peter Gross and the review panel doesn't think the Human Rights Act undermines parliamentary sovereignty or that the UK courts are undermined by the European Court. So why proceed with this bill in the first place? It's because this is a government that looks to pick a fight to cover up its own failures and then finds someone else to blame. We've seen a succession of Conservative members do this in the form of blaming the European Court to deflect from their bungled and unworkable asylum policy. Some, shamefully, have even demanded that the UK withdraws altogether from the European Convention of Human Rights. For members of the party of Churchill, who inspired the European Convention of Human Rights to want to do away with it altogether, is really quite something. I gather that he doesn't want to withdraw from the European Convention, not least because he knows it would fatally undermine the Good Friday Agreement and peace in Northern Ireland. So will he now condemn members of his own party who have made this dangerous and reckless demand? Mr. Speaker, we on this side of the House are proud of the gift that Churchill gave to the world in the Universal Declaration and in the European Convention that followed. But we are prouder still that it was a Labour government in 1998 that brought rights home from Strasbourg. The Human Rights Act is held up around the world as an exemplar of modern human rights legislation, which is why the European Court very rarely overrules our judges, something that the review panel recognised in their report. It is a beacon of hope to people in countries whose basic human rights are trampled over by strongmen and dictators. And there is no better example right now than in Ukraine, where the rights of millions are being crushed under the jackboot of Vladimir Putin. What stunning hypocrisy from this government to preach to others about the importance of defending rights abroad while snatching British people's rights away at home. This is a government gimmick by a party which seeks headlines for botched policies and then blames others when it fails. The answer to fixing the mess this Conservative government has made of the immigration and asylum system isn't to take away British people's rights given to them by the Human Rights Act. The Human Rights Act has allowed people to object when doctors put do not resuscitate orders on their beds without their consent. It's allowed people with learning disabilities imprisoned in locked units to be reunited with their families. It's allowed families of major disasters like Manchester or Hillsborough to seek justice where public bodies have let them down. It's allowed elderly married couples in residential care to object when care home managers try to separate them. And it's allowed victims of rapists like John Warboys from forcing the police to investigate cases of rape. Mr. Speaker, this Bill of Rights con isn't just an attack on victims of crime who the state has failed to protect. It's an attack on women. Women have used the Human Rights Act to challenge the police when they've either failed or refused to investigate rape and sexual assault cases. We saw it in the case of John Warboys, who is thought to have assaulted over 150 women. It should come as no surprise that this bill has been put forward by a Conservative government that has effectively decriminalised rape. Last week's scorecards show pitiful progress on the record low.
Some people will be wanting to catch my eye. They won't catch you by shouting somebody who's speaking. The lyrics.
Last week's scorecards showed pitiful progress on the record-low rape convictions under this government. The typical wait for cases to complete in court has reached 3 years, and a fifth have seen waits of 4 years. And that's if the case even gets to court. The number of rape trials postponed in our Crown Court at a day's notice has risen fourfold. It's no wonder that rape survivors are dropping out of their cases in droves. So will victims even bother to report their case at all when they learn his Bill of Rights will stop them from forcing our under-resourced police to investigate? It says everything about a Lord Chancellor and a government that is soft on rape, soft on rapists and hard on survivors, that they want to take away the final backstop available to victims to get justice. Women will be in no doubt. This is a government that lets off rapists and lets survivors down, and today is the proof. Mr. Speaker, this bill will see enormous amounts of red tape for victims of crime seeking justice. It's an attack on women, it undermines peace in Northern Ireland, it's the hallmark of a party out of ideas that can no longer govern.
To front benches, there are times given. Can we please stick to them? I don't want to stop ministers or shadow ministers, but I will in the future. You've got to stick to the time allocated. Right. Let's.
Back to Secretary.
I'm now going to go back to the Deputy Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I join with what the Honourable Lady said about the Honourable Gentleman from Croydon North? Can I extend my sympathy and my condolences to him? I listened very carefully to what the Shadow Justice Secretary said. I think I disagree with everything she said, but then again, she said very little about our Bill of Rights. And when she gets a chance to read it, I look forward to debating it with her further. But can I just correct a couple of the obviously flawed things she said? She talked about whether or not we were going to leave the European Convention. When she does get a chance to read the Bill of Rights, you'll see not only we're staying a part of the ECHR, but it is incorporated in the Bill of Rights. I have to say, the comparison with what Russia or Putin does, I'm afraid, shows a lack of moral compass on the side of those benches, not these. And then she diverted into a monologue on a very serious subject, which is in relation to rape. Let us be absolutely crystal clear. There is absolutely nothing in this Bill of Rights that will do anything to weaken the protections of victims. Far from it, in relation to deportation of foreign national criminals, in relation to the release of dangerous rapists, in relation to what we do inside our prisons, this will strengthen our protection of victims and public protection. Again, for the record, on such a serious issue, on which I agree with her of the importance, she might get her facts straight. The volume of rape convictions has increased by 2/3 in the last year alone, and working very closely with the Home Secretary, the Attorney General, the Director of Public Prosecutions, we're absolutely determined and rest us to go even further and faster. But I suspect, Mr. Speaker, that this was really a distraction from what the fundamental issue is, which is the Bill of Rights and human rights reform to get the right balance. Can I just say to her, she is, and I think the Labour Party, are blind to the flaws in the Human Rights Act in a way that its architects are not. Jack Straw said back in 2007 that he wanted to rebalance the rights set out in the Act, adding explicitly responsibilities should play a role. They're all in here in our Bill of Rights. He went on to say in an interview in December 2008 that there is a sense that it has become a villain's charter. Now, Mr. Speaker, I haven't used that language, but I would just say how far the sense of critical self-evaluation on the Labour benches has come when she cannot talk about anything that could possibly be reformed. The model that we've taken is based on a textbook that I read back in 1999, written by a very learned authority, and he said, in relation to the relationship between the UK and Strasbourg, and she mentioned that not with any specific points, but the author said that the relationship between the role of the Strasbourg Court is primarily concerned with supervision, and its role is therefore subsidiary to that of domestic authorities, subsidiary, not superior. It has no role unless the domestic system for protecting human rights breaks down altogether. The honourable gentleman from sedentary position asked who was the author. The author was the leader of the Labour Party. In his seminal textbook on the subject. And all I would just gently say is I think he made a more convincing lawyer than he does a politician. Mr. Speaker, this week we've seen Labour shadow ministers line up with picketers against the public, Today, the Shadow Justice Minister has confirmed the Labour Party will stand in the way of our common sense reforms that will ensure a better balance of human rights so that we can stand up for victims. They're always against that when it comes to the sentencing or extra police recruitment, so that we can stand up for victims, deport more foreign national offenders and safely incarcerate the most dangerous people in our prisons. Whenever they're asked the big questions, they duck. Yet again, the Labour Party has shown they're simply not fit to govern.
Peter Bone.
Speaker, can I thank you for your statement before the beginning of this statement? I think the vast majority of members in this House would agree entirely with you. Could I ask the Secretary of State, and congratulating on his statement, there's really a very simple issue here. This sovereign parliament makes laws and our courts interpret them. What we shouldn't have is a European court not interpret them, but actually making new laws. Judicial creep. So whilst I'm willing to support this bill, would he be willing to agree with me if in practice this bill fails, he'll support my private member's bill, taking us out of the European Court of Human Rights?
Well, can I thank the honourable gentleman for his tenacity in all of these matters, and I always listen and will study his private member's bill with great care. He made 2 points. One is that there's no point really in having a Supreme Court if it's subordinated to Strasbourg. When it comes to the interpretation of law, he must be right. Our Bill of Rights will expressly address that. The other point he made, which is a more subtle one, but I think very powerful, and I remember many debates where we jointly participated together on prisoner voting rights. Very clear that was an example of the goalposts shifting. When it comes to legislative functions, of which that was an example, it must be right. It ought to be a point of common agreement across all the benches that on those matters it must be for honourable members accountable to our constituents to decide it in this House.
SNP spokesperson Anne McLaughlin.
Mr. Speaker, this Bill of Rights and the removal of the Human Rights Act is a culmination of multiple pieces of legislation that have gone through this place in the last year. And they're all about one thing. It's about removing human rights from human beings. First, they came for the refugees with the Nationality and Borders Act, and they told them that their lives didn't count. Second, they came for those who need to question decisions made about their lives by public bodies, including this government, in the Judicial Review Act, where they stopped them being effectively able to do that. Then they went for the voters in the Elections Bill. And what do you know? It was the voters they were targeting were the ones least likely to vote Conservative, the sensible ones in other words. Then they went for the Gypsy, Roma, traveller communities with the policing bill and told them that their way of life was unacceptable to us. Well, it's not unacceptable to us. And then when they didn't get their way out over public order in the policing bill, they repackaged it and brought it together in the public order bill. And that is taking away the rights of anybody to fight for the rights of anybody else. And who would go to a protest when they can be stopped and searched without any suspicion? It's all about one thing. It's about removing human rights from human beings. And here today, this is the culmination of all of it. It's about removing everybody's human rights. Because human rights are not about one group of people, the group of people that he likes to pick on. Human rights are about everybody living on these islands. So I've got 3 quick questions, and I'll leave the rest to my colleagues. 1, why the lack of pre-legislative scrutiny? What are they so afraid of? 2, why is he telling people that this will bring rights home when in actual fact it will force people to go to Strasbourg in order to get justice? And finally, the Scottish and Welsh governments have made it clear that they are completely against this in its entirety. So how does we have a tale of 2 countries, Scotland embedding human rights law into all of its legislation, this government stripping it away completely. How would he advise the people of Scotland who want to retain human rights law in their legislation, how would he advise them to vote in next year's independence referendum, yes or no?
Can I thank the honourable lady? Look, I clearly disagree with what she's just said. I mean, firstly, no country has been more big-hearted when it comes to those fleeing persecution, from the Hong Kong BNOs to the 17,000 that were evacuated out of Afghanistan, through to the 125,000 plus visas in relation to Ukraine. She talks about standing up for those people. In Ukraine, in the Parliament, when our Prime Minister addressed them, they had Union Jacks flying. They were singing God Save the Queen in towns and villages across the country. And I think when it comes to protecting human rights, we should be big-hearted, but we should also stop the trade in human misery, which is a real threat to human rights that we see across the Channel, and also make sure we stand up for victims. She doesn't seem to care too much about that in relation to the deportation of foreign national offenders. And I think that is something that the people of Scotland, England, Wales, Northern Ireland will all agree on. And why wouldn't she support common sense reforms, a rebalancing of the system that will allow us to stand up for the victims, stand up for the public, and remove those serious foreign criminals?
Yes. Sir Robert Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome this statement today. It builds upon the work that I and Sir Peter Gross did with his important review, and Sir Peter's Balance Committee did not say that all was well with the Human Rights Act. There were issues to be dealt with, and in accordance with our manifesto commitment to update the Act, this bill is timely. Does he agree with me that over and above domestic action that we can take to reform and improve legislation, there is a strong case for international work to be done on the same basis that we did in Brighton 10 years ago to deal with issues such as extraterritorial jurisdiction, which is a common concern not just of this country but of our judges and many other member states of the Council of Europe?
I thank my right honourable friend and pay tribute to the groundwork that he did in the Ministry of Justice, painstakingly, and also to the work of Sir Peter Gross and his panel, all of which substantially influenced the shape of the reforms that we're able to announce today, and they wouldn't have been possible without the hard work that my right honourable friend put in. He's right also to point to the 2012 Brighton Declaration, because the Strasbourg Court, and under Robert Spano, the latest Icelandic president, has talked about shifting from an age of a living instrument to an age of subsidiarity. And when people talk about our relationship, I think it's important that we stick to the Convention, but also that the European Court follows its own strictures. He's also mentioned extraterritorial jurisdiction. I will certainly follow up on his advice. That is also something which is addressed in the Bill of Rights, and again I thank him for his contribution to today.
Right. Where should we go? Kate Green.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. The Deputy Prime Minister is right about the priority that must be given to public protection, but can I urge him to proceed with care in reforming parole arrangements? Ministers have already taken measures which will give them a veto over the transfer of prisoners serving indeterminate sentences to open conditions, and he will know that there are real concerns that such measures, as well as being procedurally unfair, may actually increase the risk to protection of the public. Can I ask him to reassure the House that he will make public protection a priority over political gimmickry?
Well, can I thank the Honourable Lady for what she said? I certainly agree with her that public protection is our overriding concern. In relation to parole reform, the proposals that we've published for consultation make clear that in the context of convicted murderers, rapists, terrorists and child killers, that we want to be able to make sure that there is a ministerial check in these finely balanced cases where risk is hard to predict, but where there is genuine risk to the public and to public confidence. I hope she will agree with me, if we're agreed on the principle of putting public protection first, that that is something that should command cross-party support.
Dame Andrew Lutz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm frankly disgusted by what the Shadow Minister had to say, and in particular to suggest that honourable members on this side would be soft on rapists. She sits there shaking her head now. That is a shameful thing to say, and it undermines the confidence of women across this country in our judicial system. So does my right honourable friend agree with me that we can be incredibly confident in the years, centuries of our UK judicial system to represent the interests of everybody in this country? And does he also share my sadness at so many on the opposition benches who would throw our sovereignty away to anyone else who would have it?
Mr. Speaker, I agree entirely with my right honourable friend. She's right that there never seems to be an opportunity to throw away the powers and the authority that we have in this House, which they don't grasp with total alacrity. And just in relation to the issue of rape, it is such a sensitive issue. And we have seen that increase in convictions by 2/3. And there's a whole range of other work, Operation Soteria, pre-recorded witness evidence under Section 28, disclosure reforms that my honourable friend is looking at, that we ought to be trying to build on the progress that we've made and not do it down, because that's the stuff that undermines women's confidence in the justice system. We know there's a longer road. Hold on, Mr. Speaker, we know that there is much more to do, but that work's not going to get done with, frankly, hyperbolic language that the honourable lady used.
Vice Chair of the Select Committee, Joanna Cherry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As Acting Chair of the Joint Committee on Human Rights, I'd like to remind the Secretary of State that we've completed 2 in-depth, unanimous cross-party reports which concluded that the Human Rights Act is working well and doesn't need to be repealed or replaced. And indeed, that was the conclusion of the independent review which she commissioned and then ignored. Now, when we visited Strasbourg last week, we were told that UK government ministers have given repeated assurances that the UK will remain in the ECHR, and I was pleased to hear him reiterate that assurance this morning. However, the Prime Minister did make some veiled threats in the opposite direction last week. But if we're going to stay in the ECHR, it needs to be done with integrity, and we can't pick and choose which convention rights we want to observe, nor for whom we want to observe them. So does the Secretary of State appreciate that the United Kingdom's disengagement from the ECHR, and make no mistake, Mr. Speaker, that's what this bill's about, does he appreciate that the UK's disengagement from the ECHR risks giving encouragement to populist governments in Eastern Europe who have scant regard for human rights or indeed the rule of law?
No, I'm afraid I don't agree with the honourable lady, not least because I don't see how she can sustain the argument that we're dislocating ourselves when not only are we remaining a state party, it's in the Bill of Rights as well. Can I just say in relation to her committee that I pay tribute to the work it does. I appeared in front of the JCHR on the 8th of December. The Noble Lord Wolfson appeared on the 2nd of February. I'm attending again on the 20th of July, so we will pay great respect to the role that the Joint Committee has. But of course, we know that there are likely to be objections, and we will try and assuage her and her members as best we can.
So William Cash.
Mr. Speaker, will my right honourable friend accept that there will be many who will be extremely glad that he has now introduced his Bill of Rights, and as he said just now, that our Parliament and our judges will have the last word, but we look forward to seeing the text of the bill, and we trust that it will ensure that the European Court in Strasbourg will never again be able to frustrate the United Kingdom's right to deport illegal immigrants and at the same time override our own judges.
Can I just say to my honourable friend, pay tribute to the long-standing work he's done, a constitutional dimension in particular, and to give them the direct assurance, I have the copy of the Bill of Rights, it's available in the House, that we address squarely the issue that he raises, and we want to make sure that elected members on all sides have the last word when it comes to resetting, expanding the laws of this land.
Andy Slaughter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This morning, the distinguished legal commentator Joshua Rosenberg summed up this bill not as the biggest constitutional tour de force in over 300 years or the apex of the Justice Secretary's career, but as a ragbag of restrictions. It will undoubtedly cause harm to many thousands of our citizens, especially those who are most vulnerable and suffer discrimination by an unchecked state. And it will cause harm to this country's hard-won reputation as a champion of international law. But as a constitutional document, isn't it a damp squib and a legal nonsense that sets up confusion and conflict between domestic and European courts?
Can I just gently say to the honourable gentleman, who I'm quite fond of, and we've debated these issues many times, it can't be ripping up human rights and a damp squib. It can't be both. Can I suggest he reads what everyone from Jonathan Fisher QC, who's written, I think, a very thoughtful piece about reform, what Lord Sumption, former Justice of the Supreme Court, has written recently on this, and also John Larkin, a former Attorney General in Northern Ireland, and he might get a slightly more sober analysis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my right honourable friend for the letter he wrote to the Select Committee, the Justice Select Committee this morning. In it he said, "The bill will prevent human rights from being used as a way to bring claims on overseas military operations." But he will recall that some of the gravest crimes of the Iraq War were only revealed through recourse to the Human Rights Act enforced in our domestic courts. I think particularly of the systematic torture of detainees by British soldiers in Basra that was revealed in the Baha Musa case. Only because of the Human Rights Act after the Ministry of Defence had declined to investigate. So can he provide reassurances to the House that the new Bill of Rights will not operate to suppress such serious human rights abuses from coming to light in the future?
Can I say to the Honourable Lady, I understand the point she makes, and of course we need to have proper accountability whenever anything goes wrong, and our professionalism of our armed forces is second to none, but mistakes can happen and there needs to be accountability. But the reality is we have the international law of armed conflict which is designed to that, and it has been unhelpful. Indeed, it has created legal uncertainty to layer on top of that an extra tier of human rights obligations. It's created uncertainty as to the state of the law and created huge uncertainty for our armed forces. So we'll make sure that there is the accountability she looks for, but we will also deal with the extraterritorial jurisdiction, which frankly has encouraged litigation and many spurious claims, as well as the ones that she mentions.
Mr. Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Paragraph 2 of the Human Rights chapter of the Good Friday Agreement provides that the British Government will complete incorporation into Northern Ireland law of the European Convention on Human Rights with direct access to the courts and remedies for breach of the Convention. So can the Justice Secretary tell the House whether his bill constitutes a unilateral repudiation of that, or is this something that he's negotiated with the Government of Ireland?
Can I thank the Honourable, the Right Honourable Gentleman? He's wrong. We remain a state party to the Convention. He's right to reference the Belfast Agreement, and not only we're a state party, but the ECHR remains incorporated into UK law through the schedule. And if he looks at the bill, he's chuntering from a sedentary position. Genuinely, I enjoy debating these issues. We have on many occasions. Read the bill, and I'm very happy to address any other questions he's got.
Sir John Hayes.
I'm very grateful, Mr. Speaker. The Secretary of State and the Attorney General are to be commended for taking this task seriously. That task is to take back control of our ancient legal entitlements from unelected, unaccountable foreign judges and root them in the People's Parliament here in Westminster. But in doing so, will he challenge the very assumptions which underpin the Human Rights Act? That is, that rights are more important than responsibilities. That is, that individual interest is more important than duty. That is the fundamental issue here. Will he challenge and dock at last the long tail of Blairism?
Can I thank my honourable friend for the colourful and eloquent way as ever he presents this. I do think that when it comes to collective interests, social policy, finely balanced judgments around public protection, that adjudication in court by lawyers rather than a broader discussion and debate among elected members of Parliament accountable to their citizens, I think is a mistake. We will protect the fundamental freedoms that make this country great. They existed long before the Human Rights Act, and they will exist long after. But he's right about this balance between protecting individual liberty and the freedom under the rule of law, of which I'm immensely proud, and making sure elected members in this House can protect the public, take finely balanced judgments on social policy, and also ones which affect the public purse.
Stella Creasy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For many of our constituents who've seen the benefits of human rights, whether those who were bereaved widows who had to take the government to court to make sure that their children were not ignored when it came to pensions because they were unmarried, or indeed the women in Northern Ireland who today are counting on us to support the statutory instrument to make sure that they get their human rights to choose what happens to their own body and have abortion, they will be reassured by the Deputy Prime Minister saying that we will remain signatories to the European Convention. So can he just confirm for his colleagues who might want to think about what the implications of that are, that because we will remain
signatories to the European Convention, the ECHR will remain the ultimate judicial decision maker on human rights in this country, because we will still be bound by the Convention. He's not getting rid of Europe, he's just wasting our time.
Yeah. The Honourable Lady was right about the first point, wrong about the second. It's clear from the Bill of Rights.
David Davis.
My honourable friend started off by talking about the 2012 Declaration on Subsidiarity. He will remember, of course, that that flowed directly from action in this chamber, pushing back against prisoner votes, which I think he was a major part of. But with respect to this Bill of Rights, we haven't seen the detail yet, but there are two conservative tests to it. One is that Conservatives do not believe in an overmighty state, and therefore the state has to be curbed by an independent body. And secondly, that our fundamental freedoms, whether are from free speech or jury trial, or as the Honourable Lady for Newbury mentioned, freedom from torture, our fundamental freedoms are not the gift of the state. They are the birthright of our citizens. And as such, these all have to be protected by powers vested in an independent judiciary. So the test at the end of the day of the Bill of Rights will be whether or not it delivers a better protection for those things than the European process does at the moment.
Can I thank my right honourable friend? And I think he's been too generous. He was really the architect of the campaign to defend this House prerogatives to decide on prisoner voting. Interestingly, Mr. Speaker, he did that with Jack Straw, the architect of the Human Rights Act, but he's right also that it was this House that pushed back and sought the government in 2012 to make sure that the Strasbourg Court was reflecting and following its mandate, which was at the heart of what the Brighton Declaration process was all about. He's absolutely right in his tests, and I hope I can reassure him, and when he gets a chance, as I know he will, to study very carefully the Bill of Rights, which is now available, he will see that our fundamental freedoms are not being trashed, they're being preserved and safeguarded. He will see that judicial independence is strengthened because this Supreme Court in this country ought to have the last word, and indeed to cherish and nurture the common law tradition that we have in this country, which is ancient. And finally, one point he missed out, but I hope he agrees with me on, is that in broader terms, beyond individual rights, there's a whole realm of public policy, whether it affects collective interests, social policy, the public purse, public protection, where it must be this House, elected members, responsible to our constituents, who have the final word.
Very sure. Mr. Speaker, can I ask the Secretary of State to share with me the level of support that he's got for this legislation from the people that will make it work, the lawyers, the judges, the professionals. Mr. Speaker, I'm not a lawyer, but because I campaigned with the right honourable gentleman, the member for Bromley and Old Sidcup on miscarriages of justice, I mix with a lot of lawyers. And I have to say to the Secretary of State, I'm worried about how many lawyers do not understand the reason for this at this moment. Mr. Speaker, there have been 3 Queen's speeches with a promise for a royal commission into the justice system. That has never appeared, has not gone anywhere. And Mr. Speaker, the last thing I want the Secretary of State to remember, the justice system anyway is in such a mess. The barristers are on strike, we can't get criminal lawyers to represent anyone, and the fact of the matter is the Department of Justice has got the biggest cuts in budget since 2010 from any other department.
The honourable gentleman, and again, I always enjoy engaging with him, is just simply wrong. We've got the biggest increase in the spending review for over a decade. Simply wrong on the facts, happy to write to him. On lawyers, look, of course, different lawyers will take different views, but I don't think they're any greater authority than Lord Sumption, former Justice of the Supreme Court, Jonathan Fisher QC. But he's shaking his head. He's just asked me to point him in the direction of some lawyers, and I'm giving him the most authoritative that have recently written on this subject. Jonathan Fisher QC, who's written today. John Larkin, former Attorney General for Northern Ireland. I think if he peruses those opinions and those recent commentary, he may get the reassurance and the clarity he needs.
Sir John Revel.
This Parliament is the main guarantor of our rights and liberties. A Parliament which created them in battles over many centuries for the benefit of us all. And wouldn't this great role be strengthened if our Supreme Court was indeed supreme and not answerable to foreign courts who did not understand the mood of the British people and what they expected of their legislators?
Well, can I thank my right honourable friend? He's absolutely right, and I know when he gets a chance to peruse that those principles and that spirit he'll find reflected in the Bill of Rights, and I look forward to discussing these matters with him further.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Secretary of State has asserted that 70% of successful human rights challenges are brought by foreign nationals who cite a right to family life in the first instance when appealing deportation orders. Can you tell the House what's the source of that assertion?
The consultation document gives you the precise, gives honourable members the precise source. It was published back in December.
David Green. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I congratulate my right honourable friend for resisting the siren voices in this House and outside, telling him to withdraw from the European Convention on Human Rights altogether. I think his decision to stay in it is in the best traditions of pragmatic, sensible, one-nation conservatism. And can he also confirm that the permission test he talked about to stop frivolous uses of human rights legislation simply inserts into the British courts a right that's already available to the Strasbourg court under Article 35 of the Convention?
My right honourable friend is right on all of those points. This is a principled and pragmatic reform. It retains membership of the European Convention. I've heard various arguments against that, but when you look at what you would gain from leaving the ECHR because of the UN Convention Against Torture, which we are a state party to, and various other conventions, it wouldn't solve all the problems. It's not the magic wand some people suggest it is, and I say that with great respect. What we've done is make sure that within the bounds of the convention we can get the maximum leeway, the maximum margin of appreciation in the way the right honourable member for Houghton and Houghton suggested. On the permissions test, it is extraordinary. It is extraordinary that people have criticised doing something which the Strasbourg court itself does. But I think making sure that whether they're trivial or frivolous claims, that we do have a filter early on to make sure that there is significant disadvantage. I think to many of our constituents that would just feel like old-fashioned common sense.
Savile Roberts.
The UK government's scrapping of the Human Rights Act not only shows a callous disregard for the essential universality of human rights, but for devolution in Wales too. The Human Rights Act is woven directly into Wales's constitutional settlement. Changes to the Act will undermine our efforts to promote human rights and equality.
Hear, hear.
When, not if, Wales refuses legislative consent to this erosion of human rights, will he use legalistic bully boy tactics to trample on our democracy too?
Hear, hear.
No, of course not, Mr. Speaker. Can I just say, she talks about callous disregard. I think that, and certainly on this side, that we want to stand up for the victims of crime who don't understand why, based on the most elastic interpretations, foreign national offenders committed to some of the most abhorrent crimes cannot be deported. I think when it comes to parole, and I think of the victims that I've met recently, and I do not want to politicise them, but they expect us to stand up for them. When we're talking about protecting within our prisons, not just the prison regime, but also the public, about serious ideologues spreading their poison or those convicted of terrorist offenders, I think we should stand up for the public, not for the criminals.
David Jones.
Mr. Speaker, my right honourable friend made it absolutely clear in his statement and indeed has reiterated in his answers since that the government intends that the United Kingdom shall remain party to the European Convention on Human Rights. So it's hard to see the reason for the confusion on the part of the honourable lady opposite. But does he agree that judges of the United Kingdom Supreme Court are more than qualified to determine issues arising under that convention, and that the intervention of a supranational court is not always necessary or welcome?
Well, the honourable gentleman, my right honourable friend, is absolutely right. The irony, of course, when it comes to case law, there is nothing in the European Convention that requires the doctrine of precedent, which doesn't apply in the continental system, let alone in the Strasbourg court, to somehow be transported in relation to European case law to the UK. It is not required. And of course, when we have these debates, And when we look at the text of this convention, I've been very clear. I'm very proud of the judiciary that we have in this country. As Lord Chancellor and as a member of this government, of course there'll be difficult decisions, and from time to time governments don't agree with them. But we have got a judiciary renowned the world over, and I think they should have the last word when it comes to interpreting the law of the land. And it's extraordinary that the Labour Party, which is the one that changed the name of the Judicial Committee of the House of Lords to be the Supreme Court, would abrogate those rights and that authority.
So, Mr. Speaker, we know that the Supreme Court has reversed 7 of its decisions in the last 2 years thanks to the bullying of the government. So with the removal of some of the protection of, will you look at the record, if we remove the protection of Strasbourg, don't we have a situation where things that are regarded as human rights abuse and illegal in Europe will become permissible in Britain? And if it's okay to have rights not applying in the UK, is it okay for other countries not to apply certain rights in Eastern Europe and Russia, in which case human rights become optional instead of universal, and Winston Churchill would turn in his grave?
Can I thank the honourable gentleman? He betrays a fundamental lack of trust in the UK judiciary, which I don't share, but he's talked about a lot of false premises, which a cursory reading of the Bill of Rights will, I'm sure, clarify for him.
Rob Butler.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. As a former journalist, I firmly believe that freedom of speech is an absolutely indispensable British value. So can my right honourable friend confirm to me and to this House that this essential right will be protected and safeguarded in what is a very welcome bill?
Can I thank my honourable friend, who as ever nails a very important part of why the Bill of Rights is a human rights enhancing innovation. And if he looks at section 4, he will see that not only do we prize free speech, but compared to human rights, we have reinforced its role, both in terms, for example, of journalistic sources and the protection of those. In relation to the clash or the balancing of rights between free speech and privacy, we do not want to see continental-style privacy laws creeping through the back door. We've seen some evidence of that of late. We want to make sure that the tradition of openness, transparency and accountability is preserved, and at various points we're explicit in the Bill of Rights around this. Now, other countries may disagree. There is a pluralism around human rights which is often lost in the debate, but our tradition is to preserve the freedom of speech because it is a liberty that guards all the other freedoms we cherish.
Thank you. I don't think the Justice Secretary has fully thought through the implications for mutual extradition arrangements across Europe, including those under the Trade and Cooperation Agreement. But with reference to the Good Friday Agreement, it's important to stress it applies to full effect of the Convention, not the Convention in name only. And does the Justice Secretary understand that, in particular, confidence around the new policing and criminal justice arrangements in Northern Ireland, including around legacy cases, are very heavily predicated upon that full adherence to the European Convention?
The honourable gentleman raised an important point, and that's why I hope I can squarely give him the reassurance not just that we're remaining a state party to the Convention, but that it is properly enshrined in the Bill of Rights, and that ought to answer all of the consequential questions that he's raising.
Tom Helm.
From what I can see, this is a very focused intervention, which is about making it easier to kick out rapists and people who have broken the law, and also prevent people from arriving here illegally. The elephant in the room here is border control, something that people of this country have democratically voted for repeatedly, and something bitterly opposed by the opposition, whatever they say. Does the Lord Chancellor agree with me, though, that this is so important because it will enable us to control our borders, deliver around the policy, but actually it should be expedited. I don't mind doing all-nighters, I don't mind staying up until 2 in the morning, and actually I think most people in this country who want border control can see how this is a link to that, would want that.
Thank my honourable friend and share his restlessness to proceed with all due speed, because we've been talking about this for a long time. I wrote about it in a book in 2009. It was in our 2010 manifesto. But let me also just say, I think the consultation process is important. And, Mr. Speaker, we had a 12-week consultation on the consultation document, which included clauses. We are publishing it now, but there'll be a space for further scrutiny by Joint Committee of Human Rights, the Justice Select Committee and others, including Lords committees, and I do think it's important to garner cross-party support that we make sure that we have that scrutiny. It will make our reforms more robust when it enters into force.
Deirdre.
The Justice Secretary wrote recently, all UK citizens should be able to enjoy the same essential protections. So I return to my honourable friend's point. Will all the human rights he wishes to cover in his bill apply to all people in the UK or only UK citizens? And shouldn't human rights apply to everyone?
Well, can I just give her one illustration? I think we can't make, there are international obligations not to make someone stateless. And so I don't think that someone who's a UK citizen is in precisely the same legal position as a foreign national offender. But I think most people think we should have freedom under the rule of law, that we should be consistent applying the law, but also, particularly the people who have been welcomed to this country, should come here through lawful routes. People that commit serious crimes in this country should be removed. It's common sense, and I think the people of Scotland will not understand how honourable members here, purporting to represent them, would stand in the way of such a common sense measure.
Richard Graham.
Speaker, thank you. I'm reassured by the intentions behind this Bill of Rights by two things above all. Firstly, by the Justice Secretary's absolute commitment that we will remain party to the European Convention on Human Rights. And secondly, by what former Supreme Court Judge Lord Sumption wrote on the weekend, where he said that, quote, modifying the ECHR operation here need not mean abrogating human rights. We can have all or any of the rights in the Convention under ordinary domestic legislation. But would my right honourable friend help me understand why he is proposing not to apply interim measures on courts in the UK and make them non-binding? Because surely this would be a breach of international law, and wouldn't it be better instead to focus on winning an appeal against any interim measure which the government doesn't agree with?
My honourable friend, he's always sensible and judicious about this. In relation to interim orders, he will perhaps recall that Rule 39, which is the basis, is a rule of procedure of the Strasbourg Court. It's not part of the Convention, and the rules of procedure are only supposed to govern the internal workings of the Strasbourg Court, not to apply. Indeed, it's not just my view, it was the Strasbourg Court's view until 2005. I don't think it's right that you abrogate a power as a judicial institution, whether you're at home or abroad. That has to be given to you by the legislators or state parties or members of parliament here. And therefore, we're going to be clear about the impact on the UK courts and under UK law, and the Bill of Rights is right to squarely address that. It's a very good example of the creeping, shifting goalposts contrary to any democratic oversight, and it's very important. And I just say finally on that point, it can't be right that the High Court, the Court of Appeal, the Supreme Court address this and say that in relation to at least one case, and I want to be careful not to impinge on matters still subject to legal proceedings, but as a matter of principle, that they look at these issues and see that there's no risk, no realistic risk to those being removed, and then it is trumped by the Strasbourg Court on what is a very vague basis. I don't think that's right as a matter of principle.
If you can look this way now and again, it would be very, very helpful. It's hard to hear if not. Martin Doherty-Hughes.
Two things don't surprise me today, Mr Speaker. The continuing utter disrespect to you as Chair of this House, and the utter dearth of historical knowledge on the government front bench and also their backbenchers. A reminder, there is no such thing as UK law. There's the law of England and Wales, the law of Northern Ireland and the law of Scotland. But on the point that the Secretary or the Deputy Prime Minister made, I wonder, in his next discussion with the Justice Minister of Ukraine, which is a signature to the Convention and a defender of the Convention against the Russian Federation, which parts of the Convention does he think Ukraine should leave?
Can I give him some reassurance? First of all, the Human Rights Act is a protected enactment. It's a precise example of UK-wide application. I've met the Justice Minister of Ukraine, and I'll tell you what he said to me. He said thank you from the bottom of his heart for everything this country has done on sanctions, on support for the Ukrainian military, and also the role that we're playing alongside the Attorney General in supporting the ICC prosecution, supporting investigations on the ground in Ukraine to hold the Commission of War Crimes in Ukraine and those responsible to account. That's what the Justice Minister said to me.
David Simmons.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My constituent, Mr Lindop, who is trying to recover his kidnapped children from Poland, will be one of many who are pleased to hear the government's continued determination to uphold these international standards. Madam Deputy Speaker, when I visited the European Court of Human Rights last week, I heard from the UK judge who was interviewed for his post by members of this House that the UK continues to have the lowest numbers of cases per capita referred to the court, and also the lowest numbers of cases per capita to go against it of any country that is a member
of the Convention. And this commitment to upholding the rule of law provides enormous moral authority for our international leadership role. So with that in mind, can I ask my right honourable friend, will he confirm once again on the record that with this new Bill of Rights, the UK will continue to uphold the highest possible standards of human rights and continue to be an example to other member states?
Thank my honourable friend for the way he expressed and articulated his point. He's absolutely right. And so when people talk about the UK's record, of course, we've got one of the very highest levels of compliance with the ECHR compared to many of our European friends and partners. But of course, rarely but on occasion, there'll be moments where there is mission creep and where we need to say, and prisoner voting was the example, where the goalpost shifted and we said that actually that was not something Parliament would accept. I was the Justice Minister in 2015 that went to the Committee of Ministers and said we believe in staying in the European Convention, but we feel this ruling is wrong on principle. We're not going to give prisoners the vote. We will maintain our high standards of compliance, but also, when it comes down to it, the final word must stay with this House on critical issues of national importance.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Secretary of State for his statement today. At present, Secretary of State, for many Christians, the UK courts have dealt more harshly with cases such as that of wearing a cross in work than the rulings of Strasbourg. Can the Secretary of State confirm that the right to have religion and freedom to live and honour to live our belief in as much as it is not harmful to others will be protected in the Bill of Rights, and our right to speak the name of Jesus and respectively preach the gospel will be upheld?
Can I thank the honourable gentleman? He's right, and he sort of alludes to the harm to others principle and the great John Stuart Mill tradition of liberty in this country. That's precisely what has infused the Bill of Rights, and I think he will see the principles that he's articulated reflected in the Bill of Rights, and I look forward to continuing to discuss the detail of it with him over the weeks and months to follow.
Jonathan Gullis.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, I was one of those who shared the frustrations with my constituents in Stoke-on-Trent, North Kidsgrove and Talk when it came to seeing the Rwanda flight grounded and the deportation of foreign national offenders frustrated, which is why I was one of those who openly said that we should withdraw from the European Convention of Human Rights. However, having engaged with my right honourable friend, and I'm very grateful for his time, I'm satisfied wholeheartedly that this Bill of Rights and reform into the interpretation of the European Convention of Human Rights with our UK Judicial Supreme Court is the appropriate way to go. And I'm happy to cede, therefore, that on this side of the argument I was wrong, something which I know doesn't also happen in this place very often. So, can I get those reassurances from the dispatch box, from my right honourable friend, for the people of Stoke-on-Trent, North Kidsgrove and Talk, that this Bill of Rights will help the deportation of foreign national offenders and illegal economic migrants who come from safe mainland Europe?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I think that was an almost unprecedented intervention, but wholeheartedly welcome. He fights very tenaciously, but he also engages very forensically. I can give him the reassurances. I think the right thing to do is for us to discuss the Bill of Rights, the particular provisions, how they will apply, but certainly in relation to Rule 39, interim orders, it is squarely addressed in the Bill of Rights.
Aaron Bell.
We all support human rights, but my right honourable friend will agree that human rights has been given a bad name in the past by cases brought by people, often offenders, who've shown absolutely no regard for the rights of others. Rights go along with responsibility, so could my right honourable friend set out how the Bill of Rights will make sure the courts address responsibilities as well as rights?
Can I thank my honourable friend? One of the ways, I think, in which they can do that is make sure, for example, when it comes to compensation, that someone that has done harm or contributed to their own harm whilst claiming breaches of human rights, that's something that the judges can take into account at the remedies stage. Of course, that's a principle of law in this country already. We often say, I remember studying law as a graduate, and the principle that those that come to equity must come with clean hands. It must be right, it must be consistent. I think for many people, just common sense, that we apply that principle in the context of human rights claims.
Natalie Elf.
Over 11,000 people have made that dangerous cross-channel journey this year alone, and it's undoubtedly the case that the European Court's decision, which led to the grounding of the Rwanda flight, has raised considerable concerns in my constituency of Dover and Deal, that it will simply encourage the people traffickers, people who have no respect for the rights of others, or including human life, or the laws of our land. So can my right honourable friend expand on how this Bill of Rights will ensure that there's not such overreach by the European Court in the future.
Yeah, very good. Can I thank my honourable friend and just say I think for many people, but I suspect particularly for her constituents, they will think that the real threat to human rights is allowing and not cracking down on this trade in human misery. She asked about how we will reform the relationship with the Strasbourg Court. First of all, by freeing the UK courts to diverge from the Strasbourg case law and being clear they don't need to take it into account. Secondly, by making sure in the way I've already articulated that there's the equivalent of a democratic shield, as we relied on in relation to prisoner voting, but reinforced and made clearer, so that when it comes to the shifting goalposts, whether they're under judicial interpretation at home or abroad, Parliament has the last word. And secondly, in the relation to the Rule 39 interim orders, and she'll find all of those expressly and explicitly addressed in the Bill of Rights.
Danny Kruger.
Madam Deputy Speaker, there's been much talk of Winston Churchill and authorship of the original convention by British Conservative judges. Surely the fact is that the text of the original convention is absolutely fine. The problem is the application and the extension of the original meaning of the convention by Strasbourg judges over the decades since. So I very much welcome the commitment to raise the bar for Article 8 judgments. And I also welcome the commitment to give judges, UK judges, the right to diverge from Strasbourg case law. My concern, however, is that some UK judges don't want to diverge from Strasbourg case law. In fact, they want to go further than Strasbourg in some cases. I think of Baroness Hale of blessed memory to members here. So can my right honourable friend assure me that we will genuinely be free of Strasbourg case law? And is it worth thinking about strengthening the obligation on judges to disregard Strasbourg cases that don't apply in our context?
Can I thank the honourable friend and just say in relation to two things. One, if he reads section 3 of the Bill of Rights, I think he will find squarely and fully all his concerns addressed, but I urge him to have a look at it and come back to me. He makes another point, which I think is important, as if the European Convention was the exclusive authorship of Churchill or United Kingdom. And it is it's a sort of perverse a reading of history, but also rather sort of neo-imperial one. And it is totally at odds with the way the European Convention was actually negotiated, which was a mixture of European countries, including the UK, and we were very centrally involved, but with other countries from a civil law background. And the European Convention reflects a mix of those traditions. As a result, it's unobjectionable, but when it comes to interpretation and application, I think that's where the challenge has come. And so I think the points he made are very valid. But this idea that it was a British creation is almost neo-imperial myth-making.
Jack Brereton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. People in Stoke-on-Trent are sick and tired of human rights laws being abused by serious criminals and illegal migrants. So would my right honourable friend confirm to my constituents in Stoke-on-Trent South that this British Bill of Rights will restore the authority of this House and British courts?
I can give him precisely that assurance, give his constituents that reassurance. It is not anti-human rights. We're strengthening our tradition of freedom, including freedom of speech. It is pro-judges. We want our Supreme Court to have the last word on the law of the land when it's interpreted. And it is also pro-democracy, and that's the bit missing from the other side's critique. Because we believe that when the goalposts shift, it's elected members accountable to his, my and everyone's constituents that must have the last word on the law of the land.
Scott Benton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The residents of Blackpool were absolutely furious at the European Court's move to block the first removal flight to Rwanda last week. They desperately want this policy to work, and they will warmly welcome the measures outlined by the Deputy Prime Minister today. What assurances can he give them that these reforms will allow our relocations policy to be a success?
Can I say to my honourable friend, there's no silver bullet in relation to that issue and small boats, and even pulling out of the European Convention is not going to provide a silver bullet. Well, I can reassure him, and I'm happy to talk him through, that whether it relates to particularly deportation of foreign national offenders, but also more generally when it comes to the public interest in removals, respect and greater deference to primary legislation passed by this House, and in addition the approach to Rule 39 and interim orders, we can give him and his constituents the assurances that he needs.
Final question, James Taylor.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome this statement and say it is rather curious that my right honourable friend has been criticised for acting upon the democratic mandate given to him within our manifesto by millions of our fellow citizens. Millions of voters in this country voted in both the Brexit referendum and in the general election in 2019 for control of our borders and to prevent illegal immigration. It is the job of courts to interpret the will of Parliament, not to invent law themselves. And therefore the policy that he's putting in place, the Bill of Rights, not only protects the fundamental rights that we all enjoy, but gives the democratic voice of the British people a role in the decision-making process.
He's absolutely right, and in a democracy you command, you rule, you govern by consent. And we're at risk of losing public confidence in our immigration controls if we can't take the measures, the common sense measures they expect. And we're also at risk of losing public confidence in human rights if we don't restore a healthy dose of common sense.
I thank the Secretary of State for his statement, and we now move on to the statement from the Minister for Brexit Opportunities and Cost Efficiency, Jacob Rees-Mogg.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Earlier this year, my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, set out that the United Kingdom's uncoupling from the rules, regulations and institutions of Brussels was never simply about the moment of our departure. The act of Brexit was not an end in itself, but the means by which our country will achieve great things. Now that we have left the European Union, the sovereignty of Parliament has been restored, and we are free once again to legislate, regulate or deregulate as this sovereign Parliament redux pleases. As we maximise the benefits of Brexit and transform the UK into the most sensibly regulated economy in the world, we must reform the EU law we have retained on our statute book. Only through reform of this retained EU law will we finally be able to untangle ourselves from nearly 50 years of EU membership. In September 2021, my predecessor, the noble Lord Frost, announced a review into the substance of retained EU law. The purpose of the review was to catalogue which departments, policy areas and sectors of the economy are most saturated by European law that was imposed upon us at a time when Parliament was unable to refuse consent. The road to reform remains a long one. Not all Brexit freedoms can be grasped at once. I'm pleased to report that Whitehall fired on all cylinders to complete this review. As a result, members across the House can properly appreciate the extent of EU law in our statute book and the extent of the opportunities that reforming this law provides. In the 2022 Benefits of Brexit announcement, the Prime Minister committed to making the outcome of this review available to the public. It is right that the public know how much retained EU law there is and that they should be able to hold the government properly to account for reforming it. The public have already shown great interest in the EU law which remains on our statute book, in evidence by the huge amount of correspondence I received in my request for details of EU legislation that still burden them, and I am grateful to readers of The Sun and the Sunday Express for their many replies. I am also encouraging some competitiveness between my right honourable friends in the Cabinet, Madam Deputy Speaker, and hope that this spirit will inspire rapid reform with returns published every quarter by departments. Therefore, I am pleased to announce that today we publish an authoritative catalogue of over 2,400 pieces of legislation spanning over 300 individual policy areas. This catalogue will be available on gov.uk through an interactive dashboard. It will be updated on a quarterly basis so that the public can count down retained EU law as the government reforms it. I would like to commend the Cabinet Office officials who developed this dashboard. It is a fascinating resource in its own right, of both political and, in my view, historic constitutional importance. The pertinence of publishing this dashboard today should not be missed. 6 years ago tomorrow, that day of legend and song, the United Kingdom voted decisively to leave the European Union. The public voted to take back control. And while it took some time to get there, 2 general elections and some constitutionally fascinating parliamentary prestidigitation between 2007 and 2019, the Prime Minister has delivered such control in spades. His Brexit agreement, which guaranteed regulatory autonomy for Britain, means that the publication of this dashboard offers the public a real opportunity. Everything on it we can now change. The author, E.M. Forster, once said, 2 cheers for democracy. 1 because it admits variety, and 2 because it permits criticism. Therefore, as I did earlier this year, I'm inviting the public from across the country, whether they be in Wakefield or Tiverton and Honiton and other places selected at random for the purposes of illustration, to once again share their ideas of reform and to look further into pieces of retained EU law that have an impact on their lives. By using this dashboard, the public can join us on this journey to amend, repeal or replace retained EU law. Together, we will make reforms that will create a crucial boost to productivity and help us bring the benefits of growth to the whole country. Of course, Her Majesty's Government is legislating to seize the opportunities of Brexit and has been since 2020. From introducing our points-based immigration system and securing the integrity of the United Kingdom's internal market, to boosting growth and innovation through adding gene-edited crops and recognising high-quality professional qualifications, we are already showing, among others, the benefits of Brexit to the British people. There are countless other opportunities for reform ahead of us. Members will know that the recent Queen's speech was full to the gunwales of the opportunities of Brexit, ranging from financial services, agriculture, data and artificial intelligence, transport, energy and restoring sense to human rights law. This government will work to develop a new pro-growth, high-standards regulatory framework that gives business the confidence to innovate, invest and create jobs. Those, Madam Deputy Speaker, are the big headline-grabbing issues. This dashboard, I hope, is an opportunity to tackle hundreds of matters, which might seem marginal on their own, but each of these measures in the margin will combine to usher in a revolution. Not a French-style revolution with blood running in the streets and the terror of the guillotine, but a British-style revolution whereby marginal improvements moving inch by inch so that soon we've covered the feet and the feet become yards and the yards become chains and then furlongs and miles until the journey is complete. With inflation running high, we need to search everywhere and every stone and sofa cushion for supply-side reforms that make products and services cheaper, make things easier for business, and ultimately grow the economy and cut the cost of living. This dashboard, therefore, is the supply-side reformers' El Dorado, and naturally I am pointing to the treasure trove of opportunity this publication represents. It highlights unnecessary and disproportionate EU regulations on consumer goods, such as those regulating the power of vacuum cleaners. Why should that trouble Her Majesty's Government, or the expensive testing requirements mandated by REACH on the plastics which make up items we use every day, which shut out the newest and most innovative materials? Thankfully, we left the EU before it decided to mandate what sort of phone chargers we can have, a typically short-termist and anti-innovation measure which will only have a long-term negative effect on consumers. The dashboard includes the overbearing reporting requirements which adds costs to businesses and slows down progress, be it on building new developments in areas which need housing most, or making it more expensive to hire people at a time of labour shortage and to respond to militant strikers. We will continue working with departments to cut at least £1 billion of business costs from EU red tape to ensure greater freedoms and productivity. Ensuring we have the right regulation is crucial. Excessive and unnecessary regulations which burden business or distort market outcomes reduce productivity, pushing up prices and negatively affecting everyone's cost of living. Using our newfound freedom to address the over 2,400 retained EU pieces of legislation on our statute book, Her Majesty's Government will be able to remove and amend regulation that is not right for the United Kingdom. This will make a real difference to reducing unnecessary EU regulations which contribute to the cost of living. Some, perhaps dozens of these rules, we might wish to maintain. That will be a decision for the Queen in Parliament, our Parliament rather than the European Commission. We will preserve retained EU law required for our international obligations. We will preserve high standards such as for water, and may even be able to go further in some ways to move ahead of the European Union. The publication of this dashboard will mark a pivotal step towards reforming our statute book and those 2,400 pieces of retained EU legislation ahead of introducing the Brexit Freedoms Bill. The Brexit Freedoms Bill allows the United Kingdom to take the next step in reclaiming the sovereignty of Parliament. The bill will address the EU Withdrawal Act, which preserved and incorporated too much EU-derived law at too high a status, giving much of it the same status as an Act of Parliament itself. This is clearly mistaken and means that many changes to retained EU law require primary legislation. Undoing this vandalism to our constitutional order, policy area by policy area, would dominate the legislative agenda for parliaments to come. This would affect the government's ability to deliver more fundamental domestic reforms and for the UK to reap the benefits of Brexit. The Brexit Freedoms Bill will create a targeted power to allow retained EU law to be amended in a more sustainable way and goes with the grain of the British Constitution. This will help us to deliver the UK's regulatory, economic and legal priorities. Ahead of the bill's introduction, I invite the House to review the dashboard themselves and delve into the legislation that affects the communities that they serve.
Shadow Minister Stephen Doughty.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm grateful to the Honourable Gentleman for advance sight of the statement. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, this simply appears to be a vanity project. It's quite extraordinary that on the day that inflation tops 9%, the cost of energy is soaring, families facing massive pressures wondering how they'll put food on the table, prices rising at the fastest rate of increase for 40 years, the government's offer today to the British people is a digital filing cabinet of existing legislation, which the Right Honourable Gentleman described in his own words as marginal. And while the government plans to cut 20% of civil servants, the Minister for so-called government efficiency is running his own make-work scheme in the Cabinet Office, creating tasks for them to satisfy his own obsessions. How much, Madam Deputy Speaker, has this exercise cost the taxpayer? How many civil service hours? Perhaps we could have a running meter counting up on the dashboard so that we all know. What is the expected number of users among the general public? And is it even active? I'm an eager beaver, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I couldn't find it this morning looking on gov.uk. The reality is, Madam Deputy Speaker, that gimmicks do nothing to address the real challenges that the public face today. And for all the government's talk about changes we can make outside the EU, they still refuse to make the one concrete change that the Labour Party has been demanding for months, with the overwhelming support of the British people, as promised by the Prime Minister himself, which is the removal of VAT on home energy bills. And other examples where Labour has called for changes that are now possible post-Brexit, but the government has refused, include a ban on the import of fur, the imposition of VAT on private school fees to fund a transformation in the provision of mental health, and the introduction of US-style bans on the import of goods from China produced using slave labour. These are all changes that the government could be making right now, but were not mentioned in the course of the Right Honourable Gentleman's lengthy oration today. And as for the regulatory changes the government is proposing, I still haven't heard a single example today of where those specific changes depend on the passage of the planned Brexit Freedoms Bill, nor have we heard an example of additional changes that will follow in due course as a result of the new bill. So the question is, what is that bill for? And in the absence of any answers, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's only right that we are cautious about what this new legislation will mean and whether it could be used as a mechanism to fast-track changes that could impinge, for example, on the devolution of powers to Scotland, to Wales and Northern Ireland, or to threaten workers' rights, or to threaten environmental protections or food standards that the British people were repeatedly promised would be maintained post-Brexit. And it is also vital that we ensure that any changes proposed under the legislation are subject to the proper processes for scrutiny, consultation and impact assessment. And if anyone's in doubt why that is necessary, they need only look at the DDCMS proposals, including in their benefits of Brexit paper, to ditch the UK's current data protection standards. That one move, confirmed in recent weeks, would jeopardise tens of billions of UK exports that depend on the ability to sell services online to EU customers quickly and easily. And yet there was no mention of that threat whatsoever, let alone a full impact of its assessment, and it didn't feature again today. All further evidence, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a government entirely driven by rhetoric while increasingly detached from reality. And could it be that this dashboard, is also designed not only to satisfy his own obsessions, but to distract members of the public from the government's shambolic handling of the Northern Ireland Protocol? All of this self-congratulation from a government now trying to convince people that their flagship achievement that they described themselves as one was not a negotiating triumph that they described, but a deal so flawed that they cannot abide by it. That's a protocol bill that is not only a blatant breach of international law, but also risks the integrity of the Good Friday Agreement, risks divide across Europe when we should be pulling together against Putin's war on the continent, and risks causing trade barriers in a cost of living crisis. It needs negotiation, graft and statecraft, not unilateral action or gimmicks. These are just some of the very real, serious problems which will affect the lives of ordinary people in the UK and beyond for years to come. And a dashboard that the Honourable Gentleman has described will provide little comfort. Madam Deputy Speaker, a Labour government would make Brexit work by unleashing the potential of British businesses and entrepreneurs so we can lead the world in new industries. We would seize the opportunities of the climate transition to create well-paid, secure jobs in all parts of the country. Rather than vanity projects, Madam Deputy Speaker, the government should focus on the real problems facing the British public.
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the honourable gentleman was kind enough to thank me for an advanced copy of my statement. It's a pity he then didn't read it, because so many of his questions were then answered. He wants to know what the purpose is. The purpose is supply-side reforms, which are essential for dealing with a cost of living crisis. How do you... he quotes marginal. So he did pay attention to one thing and then wrenched it out of context to use it in a way that shows he wasn't following the argument. Each individual item is marginal but cumulative. They are fundamental. This is how you have supply-side reforms. There are endless obstacles in the way of doing business. Hundreds of them, thousands of them, and our job is to find them, expose them, and remove them, and to have a bill that makes that simple. If you had to have primary legislation to remove every stone from your shoe, Madam Deputy Speaker, no doubt very elegant shoes that they are, that no stone would dare enter, but nonetheless, should a stone enter, and we needed primary legislation to remove it, that brave stone would remain there almost permanently. And what we are doing is speeding up the process so that stones may be removed from shoes. And then the socialists complain that the agreement wasn't up to scratch. Well, bear in mind, at this point, the Labour Party still didn't want to leave the European Union. They were still arguing about things like a second referendum. They didn't want to follow what the British people had voted for. And now they want slavish acceptance of EU rules. Have we not had a recent socialist calling for the single market to be where we should end up again? That is where they want to be. They want to be under the yoke of Brussels, ignoring the referendum and the will of the British people. And the honourable gentleman also thought that this dashboard should be released before my statement to Parliament. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, some people may remember that I used to be Leader of the House, and in that role I was regularly hearing from Mr. Speaker about information being given out before it had come to the floor of the House. And I see my honourable friend, the member for Wellingborough, nodding. He would be the first to raise a point of order. So I am glad that there are a few socialists in today rather than being on picket lines. But it might be that when they're on their picket lines, they could read a bit of Erskine May and the standing orders of this place to understand that things are meant to be announced here first, which is what we're doing.
Sir Ian Duncan-Smith.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I congratulate my right honourable friend for having brought this forward. It's quite right that we need to get on with this. And for those that complain about not having everything done absolutely now on the floor of the House by primary legislation, of course, so many of these rules and regulations were imported without so much as a single element being dealt with on the floor of the House before. So we need to make sure we get this in balance. But can I press him while I'm on this about GDPR rules? One of the big problems that we've got is many charities, small businesses, etc., and startups face real cost problems and regulatory detail problems which they cannot cope with, and they have cried out for changes to be made. Will he confirm to me that this is one of the areas that they will look at to make sure that those charities, companies and individuals do not face anything like the terrible bureaucratic mess that is in fact the regulations today?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My right-hand friend makes two very good points. The first is it is important to note that most of these laws came in using the 2-2 power under the 1972 European Communities Act, and that the vast majority of them were not subject to a parliamentary process, in spite of the diligence of my honourable friend, the chairman of the European Scrutiny Committee. When we asked for debates on the floor of the House from that committee, they were very often not given, and the debates that were held in committee could not refuse a European law. They could not block it, even with the Ports Directive, where everyone was united against it. So this great flood of regulations came in without so much as a by your leave of this House, and my right friend is right to point that out. As regards GDPR, again, I think it's a good point. It is worth bearing in mind that Australia has a general exemption for smaller businesses from GDPR. Whether we can go that far, I don't know, but I will certainly take his point up with my right honourable friend, the DCMS Secretary.
SNP spokesperson Martin Doherty-Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I know that the Secretary of State speaks with passion as a Brexiteer, as I speak with passion as a Remainer. At least we can both be convicted in our belief, unlike others who've slightly changed their mind, you'll forgive me. As I listened to the Right Honourable Member's statement, replete with the usual, forgive me, flim-flam about Brexit, Britain being liberated from the European yoke, I found myself wondering if he really believed that this palace is the only place capable of promulgating rights and laws. Because listening to him speak, and with what we do know about the Brexit freedoms bills, it's almost as if they forgot, at least on that side of the House, that there are other legislators across these islands which have a role in making laws who may wish to express an opinion on whether or not the laws and rights that we accumulated during our membership of the European Union should be snatched away by whatever whimsy his government is attracted to in a given week. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, given that Scotland's governance and destiny cannot be decided without the sovereign will of the consent of the people of Scotland, not this place, and this government continues, I'm afraid, to ignore us at its peril, I want to ask the Secretary of State if they could tell us, will their government seek a legislative consent motion from Parliament in Alaba and other devolved legislators? And if it so does, it intend to respect the decisions of those parliaments? Because we need to ask the question, do we actually live in a United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, or a Greater England, where the wishes of only one of the constituent nations needs to be respected for these bills to be carried?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And may I agree with the honourable gentleman that he and I have been consistent in our views on this matter, and therefore it makes it interesting, as always, to cross swords with him on this in this particular statement. He comes to an important issue because, obviously, where there are devolved consequences from laws coming back from the European Union, the power to amend will be with the devolved authorities. And we've already seen a great flow of power from Brussels to the devolved administrations, so that the Scottish Government has received powers. The UKIM bill provided a great swathe of extra powers going to the devolved authorities, and this will continue under this bill, and it will provide benefits for all the devolved authorities to take back control for themselves. We will indeed ask for legislative consent motions. That is the habit of this government. I can't promise whether they will be granted or not. In that instance, he will be more influential than I will be.
Sir William Cash.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. May I congratulate my right honourable friend on the enormous progress that he's making with respect to the Freedoms Bill and the opportunities that it will give the United Kingdom to regain its sovereignty, to regain its self-government and its democracy. Does he agree with me, with his experience, having been on the European Scrutiny Committee for many years with me, that one of the most extraordinary aspects of the making of EU retained law was that for about 50 years, the laws were made by majority vote in the Council of Ministers of other countries in a manner which was done behind closed doors without even so much as a transcript, unlike this House, so that people didn't even know the basis, let alone who was actually voting for it. And would he regard this as so extraordinary that he would be surprised if anybody would possibly justify legislating for a country, and particularly a country like the United Kingdom, with its freedom and democracy in this way, because it is so completely unacceptable for it to have continued for so long.
Well, I entirely agree with my honourable friend that the way legislation was made in Europe was entirely undemocratic, it was unscrutinised, and it then became our law automatically, and if we didn't turn it into our law properly, we could be told to jump to by the European Court of Justice. This was an entirely unsatisfactory situation. But because we are a democracy and because we believe in the rights of Parliament, we are ensuring that the process for reversing this is done through a proper parliamentary manner, and I hope that my honourable friend will play his part in that proper parliamentary manner.
Hilary Benn.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it was widely reported that the Right Honourable Gentleman wanted to introduce a sunset clause under which all EU retained law would disappear after 4 years unless government departments had decided that they wanted to keep it. But having listened very carefully to his statement, it seems to me that he has suffered a defeat at the hands of his cabinet colleagues, and we should pay tribute to the Environment Secretary, who I think described that approach as messing around. The question I want to put to him is this: if he is serious about trying to remove constraints on businesses, what is he going to do about the barrel load of red tape, cost and bureaucracy that has fallen on British businesses since the beginning of 2021, when they're trying to export to the EU, which has had a huge impact, especially on small businesses, some of which have just given up trying to sell goods to Europe?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm delighted that the Right Honourable Gentleman is talking about sunsets, because I think I once called him the High Priest of Remain, and there was a marvellous picture of Stonehenge yesterday, which was, of course, the latest sunset, where those who liked the sunsets coming late had all gathered to celebrate the longest day. So I'm surprised the High Priest of Remain wasn't there, joining in on the celebration. But he'll have to wait and see what the bill has to say about that. But he then comes on to EU regulation. You see, this great lover of EU regulation doesn't realise where the blame lies. The EU runs a fundamentally anti-competitive closed market which was affecting us. It was making goods and services in this country more expensive because we could not trade freely with the world. Now the EU is applying its regulations to us. That's what we're getting out of. That's the economic opportunity. It's to be free from all of that that strangles slowly the European economy, to have an economy that can grow globally.
Sir John Redwood.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to thank my right honourable friend for all that he's doing to advance UK prosperity and growth, including this bill. The common fisheries policy sunk many of our fishing boats. Can we have a policy to replace the fleets? The EU policy ripped up many of our orchards with grants. Can we have some UK money and policy to replant our trees? The EU imposed VAT on us and has left us with a burden on our energy. Now, above all times, is surely the right time to use our freedoms and cut VAT.
Well, my right honourable friend is absolutely right. It is one of our freedoms, and the Chancellor did in his spring statement announce some amelioration of VAT, and I will ensure that my right honourable friend's suggestion is passed on to the Chancellor.
Sammy Wilson.
Madam Deputy Speaker, as someone who supported Brexit, I welcome the statement today and the fact that the government is going to monitor and identify ways in which we can make our economy more dynamic, more innovative and more competitive. But as a unionist, I have concerns about the statement today because, of course, the regulatory freedom which is being sought cannot apply to many aspects of law in Northern Ireland, and Northern Ireland will still remain under the dead hand of EU regulation, which will smother innovation, will smother entrepreneurial dynamism. Will the Minister give an assurance that in order for the freedoms which he is announcing today to apply to the whole of the United Kingdom, that this government will take every effort and make every step to remove the dead hand of the protocol?
Well, I'm very grateful to the honourable gentleman and share a lot of his views on these matters. It is fundamental that the benefits of leaving the European Union are for the whole of the United Kingdom. And I am pleased with the bill that has been introduced by my right honourable friend, the Foreign Secretary, that I hope will go towards ameliorating the problems that have arisen, that our single united country cannot be ruled by the dead hand of the Brussels bureaucracy. We voted to leave as a single nation.
Angela Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can my right honourable friend confirm that it remains a priority for this government to use our newfound Brexit freedoms to develop a pro-growth, high-standards regulatory framework that gives businesses like mine in Guildford the confidence to innovate and invest?
Yes, my honourable friend's absolutely right. What we need are regulations that work rather than ones that require a lot of form filling. In the other place, the procurement bill has been introduced, and that will replace 350 EU regulations with one British law. And that's what we must be aiming at. We're not going to move to the Wild West. We're not going to have no regulation, but our regulation must be understandable. It must be simple to effect, and it must be accountable to this House, because the best check on regulation, Madam Deputy Speaker, is members of this House coming forward and saying, I seek redress of grievance for my constituent who is being harmed by this regulation, and the Minister at the dispatch box being put on the spot and having to go back to his or her office and say, why are we doing this to the great British people? That's how our democracy works, and that's how we must make regulation work.
Stella Creasy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister is right. It makes a refreshing change from his colleagues that he wishes to come to this House first and tell us about the dashboard. He might have tried, though, to see whether it would actually work on a mobile phone, because it doesn't right now. I know he's not a fan of being able to simply charge one, but he might accept that most of the British public who want to use his dashboard will have one. But no matter, I have been able, with some assistance, to log on to the dashboard, and I can see that on the list of items that the Minister has put up for grabs is the length of maternity leave and the statutory duty to pay statutory maternity pay. Now, he said in his statement, everything on this dashboard can now change. Will he give an assurance to the thousands of women in this country who rely on those protections of maternity leave and maternity pay that they will not change? And if so, what is the point of this? And if not, will he be honest that this is really about reinventing the Beecroft reforms?
Madam Deputy Speaker, first of all, it worked perfectly well on an iPad, so I would have thought that it wouldn't be beyond the wit of members of this House to be able to get it to work. The protections that we have in this country, in many cases in employment law, predate the European Union, or we were ahead of the European Union, and that is true of maternity rights. We are ahead of the European Union under our own law, ahead of the base rights. So to say, are we going to repeal bits that are not even EU law but a domestic law, is missing the point of the statement.
Peter Bone.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. A long time in this House, I've noticed that if the government has done something well, the number of opposition backbenchers in for a statement is very few. I spy no Liberal Democrats at all. The DUP, of course, is here. And at the start of the statement, Madam Deputy Speaker, there were just 4 Labour backbenchers. They do not want to be here to listen to Brexit opportunities and the savings and benefits to this country. Now, the able Minister has said that this quarterly reporting is going to come out, and hopefully he'll come to the House to do that. Could he publicise that in advance so that Liberal Democrat and Labour members will know not to attend?
I am very grateful to my honourable friend for his wise and witty suggestion.
Jonathan Edwards.
Madam Deputy Speaker, he mentioned in his statement that he hopes the proposals he's made today will reduce the cost of living. But isn't it actually the case that the British government's post-Brexit policy is leading to reduced investor confidence, leading to a weakening currency which further fuels inflation? Wouldn't a responsible government, therefore, facing the very serious problems faced by households across the UK, stop shredding European regulations and rejoin the single market?
No, the honourable gentleman knows that I'm not going to agree with that suggestion, because it would negate the referendum, where a majority of people in Wales voted in favour of leaving, as did the majority of people in England. but that this is about reducing costs and taking burdens off. The single market is an extraordinarily regulatory organisation that boosts costs of services and indeed of manufactured goods. To go back into it would make life more expensive and would make things worse for British consumers.
David Jones.
Deputy Speaker, may I congratulate my right honourable friend on his statement and say how much I welcome the publication of the dashboard, because it no doubt provides a very revealing snapshot of the extent to which the body of law of the United Kingdom has been infiltrated by frequently undemocratically formulated EU law. But may I echo the words of the honourable member for East Antrim. The big exception, of course, is Northern Ireland, which is continuing to receive a stream of laws because of the Northern Ireland Protocol. May I urge the government to press ahead with the Northern Ireland Protocol bill, which is urgently needed?
Well, I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is beginning to sound like business questions, so I will make sure that his request is passed on to my right honourable friend, the Lord President of the Council.
Stephen Kinnock.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Small and medium-sized enterprises are the backbone of the British economy. They drive forward innovation, they create jobs. They don't have huge departments to help them with the mountain of red tape that is currently suffocating SMEs because of this government's botched Brexit. Can the Minister please set out specifically what his plan is to reduce that mountain of red tape so that these small and medium-sized enterprises can be supported rather than crushed by the Brexit, the form of Brexit that he supports?
The Retained EU Law Bill.
Lawrence Robertson.
Madam Deputy Speaker, is it my right honourable friend's view that the most bureaucracy placed on British businesses who are trying to export is actually placed on them by the requirements made by other EU countries who seem to be making it a lot harder for us to export to them than we're making it for them to export to us?
Yes, I'm grateful to my honourable friend because that's a very important point. Free trade benefits the receiver of free trade, and therefore just because the EU makes it harder for us to export to them is no reason to retaliate in kind, because all that does is make things more expensive for our consumers and for our businesses. That is why we are not imposing the full set of controls that the EU imposes on us on the 1st of July. It is why we are looking to the single trade window by the end of 2023 to lower the barriers to trade from around the world, to improve the fluidity of our borders. Why? Because that benefits our economy, even if we do it unilaterally. And that is fundamentally important. The EU has never understood that, and it's why it's such a high-cost area.
Margaret Ferrier.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the right honourable member for the statement. I know that as a member of the European Scrutiny Committee, he appeared at our committee on this very subject a couple of months ago. The Treasury have announced reforms to the Consumer Credit Act as part of this package, and in the current economic climate it's imperative that vulnerable consumers are adequately protected, particularly when it comes to credit agreements. Can the Minister confirm how the Government expects to ensure full consultation with traditionally hard-to-reach groups?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I don't know if the Honourable Lady will particularly want a compliment from me, but she is one of the most assiduous attenders in this House, fighting for people who face difficulties as her constituents, holding ministers to account, ensuring that their concerns are brought to the floor of this House. Now, I may not agree with her overriding political philosophy, but that is what we are here to do as members of Parliament. We are the champions of the hard-to-reach people. We are the people who hold governments to account. We are the ones who ensure that bills include that as they make their way through Parliament, and the Honourable Lady, dare I say it, is a model example of how this can be done.
Craig McKinley.
Deputy Speaker, can I pay tribute to my right honourable friend for outlining in his usual way a summary masterclass of what the Brexit Freedoms Bill will mean. And I think it would be fair to say the British public have not realised how we have got to the legislative framework that we have, whether it's through primary legislation in this place, whether it's directives, regulation, the override of the 1972 Communities Act. And it cannot be fair that whether we manufacture something, we provide services or anything that moves, that nobody can actually be sure, because we don't have the consolidated legislation that says this is the rules applying to the manufacture of paper, for instance. Will he agree with me that this will be a refreshing opening up of the legislative framework that we have, so that we can actually make it better, more streamlined, but most importantly, accountable to this place and the British people?
Yes, indeed. I think that by putting it online, making it open to people and, of course, to members of Parliament, it will be much clearer where the blockages are, where the obstructions are, where the difficulties for businesses are. And once you know where they are by the detail of the legislative instrument, it becomes much easier to remove them.
Honiton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's increasingly clear that the Right Honourable Member's ministerial title refers to the political opportunities the government see in reopening Brexit wounds as often as possible. His pointless statement today ignores the wishes of the British people, who want the government to stop banging on about Brexit and start tackling the issues they face in their daily lives. It ignores the wishes of business, although we know what the Prime Minister's view to business is, summed up in a 4-letter expletive. But wasn't his cabinet colleague, the Environment Secretary, right when he said, quote, "Messing around with retained law wastes officials' time, costs businesses money, and is unlikely to make much difference"?
It happens. My right honourable friend, the DEFRA Secretary, has been extremely helpful in this process. So I wouldn't believe everything that he reads in second-tier publications. This is not about opening wounds. It is the Labour Party who always wanted to oppose what people had voted for. They thought their voters didn't know what they were doing. They treat their electors with contempt, and the results were reaped in December 2019. This is about getting the advantages from Brexit. This is about the agenda that was set out in the 2019 manifesto, but also in 2016 at the time of the referendum, of how we benefit from leaving the European Union. We don't now want slavishly to follow the diktats of the EU. That would be a way of losing all the advantages. This is the way of making the economy more efficient, getting supply-side reforms, and making goods and services cheaper.
Marcus Fish.
Deputy Speaker, can I welcome this statement from my right honourable friend and say that it is great that we are finally moving forward with the task of optimising conditions here in the UK for businesses and for individuals. And does he agree with me that this is an essential part, actually, of moving on with the process? The number of times that I've had friends who might have voted to remain say to me, what was the point of this? Show us what the point was, because we want to change things now. We actively want to change rules in the city, rules in agriculture. Will he drive this forward with every effort?
My honourable friend hits the nail on the head that both of us represent rural constituencies in Somerset. And one of the great advantages of Brexit is taking the red tape that ties up farmers away, to simplify the processes, to make it easier for them to get on with the business of farming. And it is not surprising that a very large number of retained EU law acts are within the auspices of DEFRA, because that has been a primary responsibility of the European Union, and we need to be able to clear away the thicket to make life easier. He is absolutely right.
Stephen Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. They remove our businesses from a single market of 500 million people. They remove our collective right to live, work and travel across the European Union. They're delivering the slowest economic growth in the entire G20, aside from Russia, of course. And what do we get in return? We get an interactive dashboard and potentially more powerful vacuum cleaners. He makes a compelling case for Scotland to choose a different path, does he not?
Hear, hear.
Well, I think there is a compelling case for Scotland to remain within the United Kingdom, which is what people voted for in 2014. And there seems to be a remarkable short-sightedness about the length of a generation, which, as I understood it, was going to be the period before there was another vote. But what we have done is what the British people voted for. And the truth about the SNP is that whenever the people in the United Kingdom vote, they don't give the result the SNP wants, so the SNP goes off in a sulk and wants them to vote again and again and again in the hope that one day they might give the right answer. But life isn't like that. We've had the referendum, and it's all about proper opportunities. If the honourable gentleman is so keen on the European, just look at the spreads on bonds in the Eurozone at the moment. Would you really want to be in an organisation that has that degree of fragility within its bond market?
Last question, Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister very much for his statement. In terms of Northern Ireland, our section on the dashboard should be incredibly simple. The Northern Ireland Protocol has given the EU the final say without any elected input from Northern Ireland. So whilst I welcome the Minister's statement today, I would love to welcome the statement that allows Northern Ireland to operate as part of the United Kingdom in terms of our own legal place. So can the Minister confirm the date for the withdrawal legislation, which I believe that the Minister is very eager to give, but perhaps some fellow colleagues are less so eager?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And Maz, I was sorry not to see the honourable gentleman in the chamber earlier when we unveiled the shield to Sir Henry Wilson. I understand the honourable gentleman was, of course, in Westminster Hall, but it is about the only time I've ever been in this chamber without his beady eye looking down upon me. He is, of course, right. We want the benefits for the whole of the United Kingdom, as his right honourable friend, the member for East Antrim, said as well. This is a United Kingdom activity. The whole of the United Kingdom left the European Union, and we cannot allow Northern Ireland to be a satrapy of the EU.
I thank the Minister for his statement, and we now move to presentation of Bill. Secretary Dominic Raab.
I beg to move.
Bill of Rights Bill.
Second reading what day?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Thank you. We now come to the motion relating to the Social Security Additional Payments Bill, allocation of time. Minister to move the motion.
For me.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Social Security Additional Payments Bill, second reading.
No. Thank you. I must inform the House that the reasoned amendment in the name of Kirsty Blackman has not been selected. Minister to move second reading. Secretary of State, forgive me, to move second reading.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I beg to move that the bill be read a second time. The cost of living challenge facing many families right now is being driven by forces beyond their control. The aftershocks of COVID on global supply chains and Putin's invasion of Ukraine have caused a hike in prices and a spike in bills, particularly for energy costs. As a result, household budgets are being stretched further than at any time in recent memory. So just as we did during COVID, the government is stepping up at this challenging time to help families who are feeling the strain. And it is because we got the big calls right that we have the fiscal firepower to take decisive and direct action to help millions of people across the country. While we have always been clear that the government cannot cover every situation or solve every problem, we are providing financial support to every household to help relieve some of the pressures people are under and help them cut costs across their household expenditure. Approximately 4 in 5 households, all those living in Band A to Band D homes, are receiving a £150 discount on their council tax, with millions already benefiting from that landing in their bank account. And all households that are domestic energy customers will get £400 towards their energy bills this autumn, in the form of a grant with nothing to repay. I won't at this moment in time. We are, however, principally targeting help at those who need it most, helping ease the squeeze for those on low and fixed incomes who we know spend a higher proportion of their income on energy than average. Give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
Grateful to the Secretary of State for giving way. And it's on that point of the energy rebate. There is an issue with those people who live in park homes, and I have a few sites in my constituency whereby the energy rebate doesn't make it through to them. Are the government looking at innovative ways of addressing the issues faced by those individuals and households?
Secretary of
Well, my understanding is that my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Bays, is aware of this particular channel, and I'm led to believe that there is a solution being developed so that people will benefit from that costs, even if they do not receive that money directly, because most park homeowners, or a lot of park homeowners, don't pay those energy bills directly themselves. But I know that my right honourable friend is aware. Okay. Madam Deputy Speaker, returning to what it is that we're doing to help people, we are providing a direct cost of living payment of £650 to over 8 million families who already get help through means-tested benefits, which we will split into two payments of £326 and £324. This includes people on universal credit, income-based job seekers allowance, income-related employment and support allowance, income support, working tax credit, child tax credit and pension credit, both guarantee and savings credit recipients. On top of this, we are providing further help for approximately 6 million people with disabilities on qualifying benefits with a £150 payment and over 8 million pensioner households with an additional £300 alongside their winter fuel payment. Combined together, that is extra support of at least £1,200 this year for the majority of households least able to absorb rising costs and takes our total support package to £37 billion. I give way to the Chair.
I'm very grateful to the Secretary of State for giving way. I just wanted to check one point. For working age people receiving universal credit, for example, about 150,000 of them at the moment have their benefit limited by the benefit cap. Am I right that these additional payments are not constrained at all by the level of the benefit cap?
Yes, I can say to the right honourable gentleman that is the case, so, and which I was planning to cover later, but so for the record I will still make that point. I'm actually trying to make some progress here. Madam Deputy Speaker, our household support fund administered through local authorities in England and the money given to devolved administrations are further avenues for people to seek help with the cost of essentials. And from October, the government is adding an additional £500 million to this fund, extending support through the winter. Now, in England, that equates to an additional £421 million and £79 million to the devolved administrations. That would take the total funding for this UK-wide household support to £1.5 billion. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
I'm very grateful to the Secretary of State for giving way. One particular group of people who do receive universal credits who are in some difficulty are those who lose some of their universal credit because they have received any universal credit advance for the first 5 weeks. Now, there are 92,000 households in Wales in this situation getting around £60 per month less, and that comes to a total of about £5 million denied to them. I hope that the Secretary of State is prepared to reconsider her position on this. Obviously, it's not in the bill, so she has taken a decision in the short term, but I would press her to reconsider.
The honourable gentleman is incorrect in saying that money is denied to people. The whole point of receiving in advance is that there's a phasing. Instead of, in a typical calendar year, instead of receiving 12 payments, 13 payments are made, and we extended this recently that people can choose to have 25 payments over the 24 months if they so choose as well. So it's not a case that people have been denied. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Social Security Additional Payments Bill before the House today is a short bill of 11 clauses that actually gives us the powers necessary in order to administer these payments to families on means-tested and the disability benefits. As one-off new benefit payments, they will be delivered by the UK Government to eligible households right across the United Kingdom in England, Wales, Scotland and Northern Ireland. Now, the timing of such payments will vary, starting with the first payment of the £326 for DWP means-tested benefit claimants from the 14th of July, with the second payment arriving in the autumn for those who are eligible. Those on tax credits who do not receive DWP means-tested benefits will get each instalment later so as to avoid duplicate payments. And people who are not eligible in time for the first £326 pound payment because they were not getting a qualifying benefit in the month before the announcement may get the second £324 payment if they have a qualifying entitlement to a benefit in the month before the next eligibility date. Now, we are deliberately not including on the face of the bill the next eligibility date, so as not to try and change claimant behaviour. Instead, there is the power to set a date through regulations. Those on qualifying disability benefits will get their £150 as a single payment from September. Let me just briefly get through some of this. Where eligibility for any of these cost of living payments is found retrospectively, for example, where someone had applied for PIP but had not yet been awarded it, people will still receive that disability cost of living payment just at a later date. I give way to the Honourable Lady.
State for giving me way. In the opening of her speech, she was alluding to the fact that 6 million disabled people would be qualifying for this additional disability support payment of £150. Does she acknowledge that there are some disabled people, particularly those in receipt of DLA, PIP or attendance allowance, that no longer qualify for the warm homes discount when the government, her government, changed the rules, will actually be losing out because in effect you've taken away that £150 from the warm home discount, and so this additional £50 really doesn't actually do anything to meet some of those extra costs because they've already lost out on that £150 previously.
I mean, the reference to the warm home discount is not directly not relevant to this particular bill. I understand the point. It's the policy of my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Bays, but I do know that the intention was there, was recognising. I'm trying to answer the lady's question. Is my understanding is because PIP is not means tested, it's not income based. A decision was made on the warm home discount eligibility to include many more households in that on the basis, as I say, of income base rather than PIP. So that's, I understand, as the policy rationale for that. But I'm sure she will welcome the fact that we have included in this legislation today £150. Madam Deputy Speaker, these one-off tax-free payments do not count towards the benefit cap and will not affect existing benefit awards. They will provide a budget boost for millions of the lowest income households right across the United Kingdom. And this is a government that has supported, no I will not, and continues to support those most in need. I'm proud of our record of lifting people out of poverty. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, if you listen to opposition parties, you could be forgiven that thinking that poverty was going up. The fact is that in 2021 there were 1.2 million fewer people in absolute poverty before housing costs than when we came into government in 2010. And even in the last year of where we have measures of poverty, whether you choose absolute or relative, between 2019-20 and 2021, every measure saw a reduction in poverty. Now, in terms of statistical poverty measures, on absolute poverty is our preferred measure. Working age people in poverty is down by 100,000, children in poverty down by 200,000, and pensioner poverty down by 200,000. And we know from the latest available data that for most families, the best way out of poverty is through work. Now, in 2019, I won't be taking any further interventions because the Honourable Gentleman has already intervened. I'm sure if he wanted to speak in this debate, he will have put in to speak. In 2019-20, I will shortly, let me finish this. In 2019-20, children in households where all adults were in work are around 6 times less likely to be in absolute poverty than children in a household where nobody works. And that's why our economic priority during the pandemic was to protect, support and create jobs through the furlough scheme and the many other measures we took as part of our plan for jobs. Give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
I'm extremely grateful, and she'll know, of course, that her figures on absolute poverty and relative poverty are disputed by the various stakeholders who work in this field. But one of the issues which is concerning people with respect to poverty was the failure to uprate benefits this year along the lines of this year's levels of inflation. Now, the Secretary of State has quite rightly said that pensions and other benefits like disability benefits, universal credit benefits, hopefully the minimum guarantee and pension credit will rise in line with inflation this September. She's coming under some pressure on that now. Can she guarantee us that she will not resile from that position?
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Right Honourable Gentleman may not be aware I cannot make any declaration about the rises in benefits. I can only point to our policy in terms of a triple lock on the pensioners, and that is because I'm required by law to undertake a review of the benefits once a year, and I have not yet undertaken that review. So I'm sure the Honourable Gentleman will judge us on past performance, especially in following the regular legislation. Coming back to substance, though, I would say, Madam Deputy Speaker, we are at a situation where the unemployment rate is now below the low level we saw before the pandemic, close to the lowest since 1974. And we do have more people on payrolls than ever before. But we're not resting on our laurels, particularly with a record number of vacancies in the labour market. We want people to get into work and to boost their incomes, which is why we launched the Way to Work scheme, quickly connecting claimants with employers looking to fill vacancies, and having turbocharged job centres into almost dating agencies in a way of matching people looking for work to people offering work. I'm confident that we will achieve our target to move 500,000 people into jobs by the end of this month. That is hundreds. I will shortly. There are hundreds of thousands more people benefiting from a pay packet, along with the prospect of a better job tomorrow and a future career. I give way to my honourable friend.
I thank the Secretary of State for giving way. Could you just confirm to me that these payments in this bill today to almost 25,000 of my North West Durham constituents are on top of the support which has already been put in place in terms of the £1,000 that families will benefit from the taper rate, the living wage rise, and the £330 that most of them will get in work from the raising the national insurance threshold, meaning that tens of thousands of people in North West Durham will be better off as a result of these changes, which show the actual support that we're providing. Just like we did during the pandemic, we're providing it now during this issues of cost of living due to the international factors such as Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
And is right to point out the additional measures. I don't have exactly how many people in his constituency, but I rely on his excellent local knowledge as a great constituency MP. But absolutely, these are additional measures to what he has already outlined. Madam Deputy Speaker, the bill will deliver one-off additional payments responding to the challenges faced by people in every part of our country over the coming months. Now, I do want to thank the usual channels and the House more broadly for agreeing that this bill can make its necessary progress today, and I'm very grateful for that. Its provisions are intentionally straightforward and will enable a straightforward approach for claimants. No complicated forms, no bureaucracy, nobody having to make an additional claim, with payments automatically going into people's bank accounts. The actions from this bill will boost the budgets of millions of stretched families in every part of the United Kingdom, helping them through the cost of living challenge, and I commend it to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Shadow Secretary of State Jonathan Ashworth.
Grateful, Madam Deputy Speaker, and let me begin by being clear with the Secretary of State. We do not intend to divide the House. We understand that the government needs to put in place the architecture to make these arrangements swiftly, but nonetheless we do want to put a number of points on record and hope that the Minister, in responding to second reading and throughout the proceedings of today, that we can get some further clarity on a number of issues, because like many members, the message I am hearing up and down the country couldn't be clearer. These are the toughest times anyone can remember for many of our constituents. More than a decade of underwhelming economic growth has meant that today we have the cost of living skyrocketing, pay packets failing to keep pace with inflation. By next April, wages will be worth £2,000 less in real terms than 2020. Real pay in the UK falling at the fastest rate for 20 years, leaving household finances stretched to breaking point. Prices are up in the shops, petrol through the roof, energy bills sky high, and the price cap lifting later this year means that energy bills will go further. Families everywhere are saying enough is enough, and it should be no surprise that the statistics today show a 12% increase in those facing council tax arrears. Now, the Secretary of State in her speech, I thought, took great care to explain why she's taking action to help those in need now, and it is welcome in as far as it went. But I think the House has to understand that the future we are facing is bleak. Cornwall Insight, the energy market experts, is warning that the energy cap could rise by a further £1,000 this October. We've been seeing inflation at 9.1% today, with worse inflation on the way. The cost of living will rise rapidly further. Pensioners will see the values of their pensions and savings attacked by inflation. Working families will be left desperate to protect the value of their wages from the ravages from inflation. And the edict of ministers is to tell them to take a pay cut. Now, the hope of ministers is that interest rates and tax increases dampens demand in the economy and thereby will slow economic output. But pain today and pain tomorrow is therefore the policy of ministers to get inflation under control, even though the Office of Budget Responsibility warned following the spring statement that we're heading for the biggest fall in living standards since the 1950s, with more children set to be pushed into absolute poverty. We were clear on this side of the House that taking no action following the spring statement would have amounted to the willful impoverishment of many of our constituents, which a price that we never believe is well worth paying, which is why we did propose a windfall tax on the North Sea gas and oil producers to help families and pensioners. And we are pleased that the government finally listened to our representations after some months. So we recognise that our extra support the government is allocating today. But in reality, the legislation, as important though it is a short-term sticking plaster because of a series of long-term policy failures to grow our economy sufficiently and address, give me one moment, and address the longer-term problems of hardship that have been growing over the last 10 years because of attacks on social security and unfair pay settlements. The honourable gentleman.
To the Shadow Secretary of State for giving way. Does he agree with me that missing in the bill is any support for unpaid carers? And does he share my hope that the government will bring forward proposals to help that group of people in the near future?
The honourable gentleman anticipates a point I'm going to make, which is why is now a good moment for me to turn to the specifics of the bill, where I want to raise a number of points, which I hope the Treasury bench can address throughout the course of the proceedings this afternoon. In particular, I want to raise points about how the bill impacts on 4 groups. First of all, the self-employed on universal credit, disabled people and carers, pensioners and larger families. So firstly, on the self-employed who claim the universal credit, the minimum income floor will reduce universal credit payments for some self-employed people to 0. So could the Minister clarify, in responding to the debate, whether self-employed universal credit claimants who UC payments are 0 purely because of the minimum income floor will be entitled to these cost of living payments? Secondly, on how this impacts disabled people, the disability charity Sense has warned today of the increasing numbers of disabled people pushed into debt as a result of the rising cost of living. The Treasury bench must surely understand that many disabled people have needs which make heating and electricity to power equipment particularly central to their well-being, so that economising on energy can bring severe hardship. Now, as my honourable friend from Battersea raised a few moments ago, disabled people on non-means tested benefits will get £150 as a minimum. Indeed, those on means tested benefit will get the £650. But ministers, and I appreciate the Secretary of State says this is a responsibility for the Business Secretary, but ministers did recently change the rules on the Warm Homes discount scheme so that 290,000 people on DLA, PIP and AA are no longer eligible. So for people on PIP, this means the government are giving £150 to them after it was taken off them through the changes to the Warm Homes discount scheme. This is robbing Peter to pay Paul. It suggests one hand of government doesn't know what the other hand of government is doing. How can this be justified? Of course.
Can I thank my honourable friend? He's making an excellent point and probably articulated it even better than I did. But does he also agree with me, though? The whole premise of DLA, PIP and attendance allowance are to help meet some of those extra costs faced by disabled people. So the fact that the government or the minister has cited that it's a different department, it's Bayes, nonetheless, she must acknowledge the purpose of these benefits. And so actually taking one payment and giving it back with another is actually going to leave nearly 300,000 disabled people worse off.
Is absolutely right, and I can assure you she speaks with an eloquence on these matters that I rarely muster. So, and I thought she put her point powerfully, because even though many disabled people have been given an additional £150, for many of them this will not cover the additional cost of inflation when applied to disability-related benefits. For example, those on universal credit, the supplement for someone unable to work or engage in work-related activity rose by around £240 a year less than if it had been under CPI uprated. And in addition, someone receiving the daily living components of PIP is worse off by £185 on the standard rate and £274 on the enhanced rate as a result of the sub-inflation upratings later this year. It's one of the reasons why many people out there are particularly concerned that the Secretary of State, and I understand that in legislation she has to review these matters, but is particularly concerned that the government may well resile from their commitment to inflation increase benefits and pensions this September. Equally, as the Honourable Gentleman who sits for a Welsh constituency, which I cannot remember the name of the constituency, I'm not sure I can pronounce it either, but anyway, the Honourable Gentleman did say, raise carers allowance. People claiming carers allowance won't get any extra support, and carers often have higher energy bills because of their caring responsibilities, yet people in receipt of carers allowance will be people, remember, who provide care for at least 35 hours a week and earn less than £132 a week. These people are therefore likely to be hit hard without additional support. So why were carers left out of this package? Thirdly, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to talk about pensioners. We have 2 million pensioners in poverty and it's rising. The Prime Minister promised pensions would keep pace with wages and prices, but without any thought as to how hard pensioners are finding it to make ends meet, ministers broke that promise, removing the so-called triple lock. That meant a real terms cut of around £500 in the basic state pension, the biggest cut, I believe, real terms cut for around 50 years. Now, I was pleased to see ministers commit to honouring the triple lock for next year, but we can see the pressure ministers are coming under. We hope the Secretary of State doesn't break that promise for the next financial year. But we also do need clarity from ministers on whether the standard minimum guarantee of pension credit will be uprated in line with CPI in September. But because those pensioners on pension credit will be the ones who receive the £650, as she knows. But pension credit uptake is not what it should be. If we could drive up uptake of pension credit, Loughborough University estimates an extra 440,000 retirees could be lifted out of poverty. But with around 850,000 pensioners not claiming pension credit, that is a huge number set to miss out. So failing to do more to increase pension credit uptake could mean that 2/3 of the poorest pensioners will not get an extra £650. Now, I do recognise that the Parliamentary Under Secretary for Pensions, who's not here in his place this afternoon, has been leading a campaign to drive up uptake, even ballroom dancing with Len Goodman. But I would ask the Minister to respond to this point. The impact assessment of the bill published today by the government shows that 1.4 million pensioners benefiting, but in the second round, it's estimating 26,000 fewer payments being made to pension credit recipients in the second round of payments. Can the Secretary of State or the Minister in responding explain why that is the case and what that says about the success or otherwise of the government's pension credit take-up campaign? And finally, on families. Families with children are poorly served by flat rate payments, Madam Deputy Speaker. We know families with children in the bottom half of the income distribution with 2 or more children spend twice as much on food, essential household goods and services, clothing, footwear and transport. Families with 3 or more children are likely to spend an additional £500 on energy, and the support on offer is not adjusted based on the size of one's family. The cost of living payment, combined with the £150 council tax rate, will indeed provide £1,200 for working age households in receipt of means-tested benefits. We recognise that. But that won't cover the whole increase in energy bills, especially when further large increases in the price cap are expected in October. As I say, maybe a further £1,000, for example. And nor does it provide much mitigation to wider price food rises either. Let me just spell out. So we know there will be another rise in gas and electricity prices, possibly £800 to £1,000, for a family having already seen an increase of £850. So that family needs to find at least £1,650 to get the council tax deduction of £150. Then you get the energy bill loan turned into a grant of £400, and they get the £650 paid in 2 instalments supposedly to cover the year ahead. That's £1,200 in total, but they're still £450 worse off because of the energy price rises this year. And when that comes on top of last year, October's £20 a week cut in universal credit, that family standard of living is down by £1,450 on last year, £28 a week. And this is even before we take into account the increase in food shopping, which Kantar today is predicting the food shopping bill will go up by at least £380. We know the Governor of Bank of England has been warning of apocalyptic increases in food. So more action is surely going to be needed from the government in the future. Now, Ministers retort we're helping families find employment. And indeed, employment should be the best defence from the rising cost of living. But under this government, 8 million people in work are in poverty and picking up food parcels for their family because of low pay and family circumstances. 2 million working families are on universal credit. And indeed, working families on universal credit have actually suffered similar losses to those on out of work. They've lost the £20 uplift. They've seen the real terms cut in universal credit this April. Wages are being outpaced by inflation, even after the national living wage increase. Now, I recognise, of course, as the Minister will respond to me, that the Chancellor did reduce the UC taper rate and increase the work allowance. And those with the highest earnings qualifying for universal credit gained the most from the reduced taper. But for those with very low earnings, the gains were much less than the losses for elsewhere. A lone parent with 2 children is set who would lose £1,200 if they were not working, but would lose £1,300 if they were working 10 hours. They'd lose nearly £700 if they were working 20 hours, £400 if working 30 hours. These families have already lost substantial amounts, and the package the Chancellor has announced does not make up for it. And these examples are not exceptional, Madam Deputy Speaker. They will have a familiarity to every member who speaks to their local food bank or their Citizens Advice Bureau. And the problem is because this flat payment system takes no account of family size or special needs. So I hope that the Minister in this afternoon addresses these points. Because we need more than quick fixes to protect the living standards of our constituents and tackle the chronic injustices of poverty. We entered the living standards crisis not just on the back of years of underwhelming economic growth, but after years of cutting, freezing and restricting access to social security. That left us with a threadbare system and an explosion in food bank, baby bank, bedding bank, fuel bank usage. The real terms value of out-of-work benefits is the lowest for years. We've seen the pernicious two-child poverty, caps on support, inadequate help with housing and council tax, real terms cuts to universal credit, real terms deductions to the amount that people on universal credit are forced to grapple with. And it's why child poverty is rising, on its way to 5 million. 500,000 more children destitute, 500,000 children going without a decent bed at night. The outcry from our communities forced the government to take short-term action, but we need a long-term plan to rebuild social security, grow the economy, raise living standards, to defeat child and pensioner poverty so that the victims of poverty can participate fully in society. That's what I am determined to build.
Order. I have now to announce the result of today's deferred division on the Abortion Northern Ireland Regulations 2022. The ayes were 215, the noes were 70, so the ayes have it. We'll now return to the debate. Lee Anderson.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you for calling me so early on in the debate today. It's a great privilege. Now then, there will be no surprise that I welcome this bill, which will help millions of families during these very difficult times. Now, I think the party opposite, they think the only way to help families is to just keep increasing benefits. But working class people in places like Ashfield are a little bit more savvy than that. They realise that you make families better off by increasing opportunities through the job market, through education and training, which leads to promotion and better job prospects. But I think for the purpose of this debate, we need to go back in history a little bit, go back to the end of the 90s when Tony Blair came into government, and he introduced something called the tax credit system. And although at the time it seemed an incredibly kind thing to do, the tax credit system, the consequences, well, the unintended consequences we're feeling now and it's damaged businesses, and it's damaged the prospects of millions and millions of people throughout the UK. I'll give you a good example. This is a friend of mine, and she refused to work more than 16 hours for over 10 years because she was a single parent. But this backfired. When her daughter got to 18, my friend lost all his tax credits, a child benefit and a child support. And so now we have a situation where we've got a lady in her 40s, and she's just overnight lost half her weekly income. And she's stuck in a low-skilled, a low-paid minimum wage job. And she's never upskilled, despite her employer wanting her to upskill for years and years and years. So she's missed out on that career development, which could have led to a better job and less dependency on benefits, all because she didn't want to work more than 16 hours a week. But this government is trying to fix things like this with the universal credit taper, which will now allow people like my friend all those years ago to work more hours, to get a better paid job and not affect their income as much as it did then. This, Madam Deputy Speaker, is the way that you tackle poverty and help people achieve their goals. But what Labour did, it actually trapped people, millions of people, into just having 16-hour... I mean, you can shake your head opposite, I mean, and chunt away, but it's true. I know thousands of people, or hundreds of people in Ashfield that were trapped in 16-hour-a-week jobs, and what good's it done them years later? You know, 10 years later, they still are on that minimum wage or living wage job, they're not upskilled, and they've not moved any further, and they've lost all the benefits when the children leave school. That's not progress. It's not progress. The answer that Labour Party had when all these people were stuck on 16-hour jobs and we couldn't get them to work at a full-time job was simple. Their answer was simple. Open the floodgates, you know, import cheap labour, import cheap foreign labour, which is what happened. Then all of a sudden, 20 years later, we've got a failed migration policy, we've got a failed benefits policy, which has led to millions of people being trapped in a poverty cycle. And we've spent the last 12 years trying to put this mess right. And it's not easy when you've got people trapped in a poverty cycle. Lots of them grinning across that side of the House, Madam Deputy Speaker, but I'm going to crack on. Our benefit system is very generous in the UK, but our workers should... Well, it is generous. I mean, the giggling. I'll give you an example. If my friend was a single parent now in Ashfield, with 2 children working 16 hours a week on living wage, she would get £18,000 a year in universal credit, and she would get £6,000 a year, or £7,000 a year wages. That's an income of about £24,000 a year. Not paying any income tax as well, which is a bonus. So to get that sort of job, you'd have to earn about £30,000 a year. That's a good wage in Ashfield. I will give way, yeah.
Very generous. How does it compare to benefits systems across the EU, for example, where it's significantly more generous?
I thank my honourable friend for giving me. I'll tell you what is generous is a single parent like I was and like my friend was all those years ago, getting 24 grand a year for working 16 hours a week. I mean, she might say cred, Madam Deputy Speaker, but I think that's a pretty generous payment, not paying any income tax. And, you know, come to Ashfield, ask anybody in Ashfield if 24 grand net is a good income. And you'll be struggling to find people in Ashfield that's earning that sort of income. So, yes, it is a generous income. Now, as we level up in this country, we also need to level up with people's skills who are trapped in this life of benefit dependency caused by the party opposite. And I'll stick to my words. But in the meantime, this is a caring government, and they realise that families do need extra support, which is why we're providing £37 billion to support families. And remember, this is taxpayers' money. There's no magic money tree. This is hard-working people that's having to pay for this. And this bill will ensure swift action by providing the power to make 2 cost-of-living payments very, very shortly of £650 to 8 million households throughout the UK. This is real targeted help for real vulnerable people. There's also the £200 rebate on energy bills. That's been doubled to £400. That's a grant now. That's not being paid back. Living wages up, national living wages up, the UC taper rate is up, national insurance has been cut, so 70% of those who pay national insurance will pay less, and over 2 million people in this country will pay no national insurance at all. And we're doing all we can to ensure that we help keep people's heads above water, but we spend over £80 billion in this country on universal credit and legacy benefits, which now represents 3.8% of our GDP, and we cannot keep asking the hard-working taxpayer to put their hand in the pocket and pay more and more. We must all do our bit. Whilst I welcome this bill to get the immediate support to families, we all must work hard to make sure every single person in this country as the chance to support themselves, and the benefit system should be there to help people in their hour of need and not be a way of life. If it was left to Labour, they would have everyone sat at home feeling sorry for themselves. But I'm different. I want people to have good jobs, earn more money and enjoy the fruits of their labour. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
SNP spokesperson Kirsty Blackman.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is a pleasure to stand here for the SNP today and to speak about the Social Security uprating bill. Madam Deputy Speaker, this was announced by the Chancellor a number of weeks ago now. The Chancellor announced the uprating would happen, having dragged his feet for so long. It took so long for this to happen. He stood up at the budget. He stood up to announce the energy loan that he announced back earlier in the year with a ta-da! Look at this! This is wonderful. We are giving all of this stuff. And it was never, ever sufficient. We called immediately for that energy loan to be made to be a grant, for that energy loan to be increased. We called on the budget when the big announcement was, hey, look, you can have cheaper solar panels. You know, that doesn't help my constituents who are literally unable to buy food. We called for those changes to be made then, and the Chancellor waited and waited and waited until the end of May when he stood up and made the announcement that this would be coming forward. Now, we've had a few weeks since the end of May. We ended up actually only getting to see this bill last week. Parliamentarians have only been able to scrutinise this bill for a week. It may be that the Secretary of State or the government will say, well, this is because it's a really complicated bill. But there were weeks in advance to decide what that bill would look like. There's been weeks since the announcement to decide what to bring that bill forward and to allow us the opportunity to see it. We should not be doing this in one day. I appreciate the very tight timescale that this has to be put through now in order for the payments to be made. I appreciate that. What I'm concerned about is the time that it's taken up until now, where we have not been able to effectively scrutinise this legislation as it has come through. My other concern about the process, Madam Deputy Speaker, is the issues that there are with the money resolution. This is the tightest possibly drawn money resolution, which means that when we come to committee stage, no doubt the government will be doing as it does in every finance bill, when we get to every finance bill, saying, oh, all the amendments are about having reports. All the opposition want are reports. They don't want actual changes to the bill. Well, the thing is that with such a tight money resolution, it's impossible for us to effectively put forward the asks that we have, to effectively make clear that actually this is very insufficient. We have massive changes that we want to make. But I would like to congratulate, actually, the House on the fact that it's very exciting, we're actually debating spend. We never debate spend. It's wonderful. You know, we get the estimates for 5 days a year, or a handful of, is it 3 days a year? A handful of days a year that we're allowed to debate the estimates. We're actually, to be fair, now we are actually allowed to debate spend. But it doesn't happen. We have the budget and then we have the finance bill. The finance bill is entirely about taxation. The finance bill is not about spend. We don't get the opportunity to properly debate and scrutinise spend. So it's very nice to get the chance to actually do so today, albeit with such an incredibly restrictive money resolution, which means that we can't really put forward any amendments that make any sense or actually assist our constituents in any way. Madam Speaker, before I go on, I would like to thank Chris Mullins-Silverstein and Linda Nudge, who have been incredibly helpful in putting stuff together very, very quickly in order for me to be able to make a speech that makes sense today, or hopefully largely makes sense today. The situation that we are in is, as the opposition spokesperson outlined, energy bills are up. On average, they're going to be up in October, £1,500 for the average household. That is way more than the amount of money that the government is suggesting that it is providing for people. And that's before you take into account the other increases that we are seeing. That's before you take into account, from ONS figures, pasta is up 50% in price. Bread is up 16%. Rice is up 15%. I'd like to pay tribute to Jack Munro and the huge amount of work that she's done around the Vimes Boot Index, which allows inflation to be measured not just in the way that inflation has historically been measured, but in the way that actually relates to And the way that people buy shopping, the way that people who are on the lowest end of the income spectrum, who count every single penny and have to go to, count all the pennies in the supermarket to work out if they can possibly afford what they've put in their basket. Inflation for those lowest income families has increased significantly more than inflation for those families who are earning more. And actually it's even worse if you're a disabled household who are seeing even more significant increases in energy bills. The same goes for pensioners on that. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm delighted to hear the member for Ashfield's suggestions that the things are very, very generous. He cannot have the same inbox that I have. The inbox that I have says that things were dire before Brexit. Things were dire before COVID. Things were dire before the massive increase in inflation that we are seeing. And it has only got worse. The impact of Brexit has increased our food prices. That is just the case. The impact of less migration means there's less government money to spend. It is the case that net migration decreases public sector net debt, increases the amount of money that the government has to spend. George Osborne's Red Books will tell you that from the time that he was Chancellor. Explicitly says that in the Red Books because he was looking to crack down on migration and was making clear actually that this would reduce the amount of money that the government had to spend. So it costs money for us to reduce migration. It means we will have less to spend on people who stay here, who live here, who work here. The announcement that this is £37 billion of a package is genuinely a joke. The government in this £37 billion calculation that they have made have included the fuel duty changes, right? There's a significant number, especially of my poorest constituents, who don't drive. Absolutely, they're impacted by the price of, supermarket vans having to drive around and small business costs increasing. But it doesn't make a difference to their daily lives. They don't go and fill up their fuel tanks because they don't have fuel tanks. They can't afford cars. So the fuel duty rise, including that in the £37 billion, is ridiculous. Including the freeze on alcohol duty is one of the cheekiest things I have ever seen in this place. And I was here all the way through the Brexit debates that we were having. You can't include alcohol duty freeze and say we're helping with the cost of living. We're helping the poorest people to save money on their alcohol. People who can't afford pasta are not helped by freezing alcohol duty. This is from these things being included is from the government's website, by the way. This is from the government's fact sheet on their website about the things that are included in the £37 billion. £37 billion also includes lots of already planned stuff. It includes what's happened with the national insurance. It includes things that were put into place when the government thought that increasing benefits by 3.1% in April 2020 was sufficient. It includes a massive chunk of that. The government cannot stand up and realistically say this is a £37 billion package because it is not. That is not the positive changes that my constituents, people across Scotland, people across the UK are seeing. People who have disabled people, I'm pleased to hear that they're getting an additional amount of money. That is a good move by the government. I'm pleased in that. It does not take into account the increases in the costs that disabled people are seeing. It does not take into account the massive increases in scarcity that there is in things like gluten-free diets. More disabled people have specialist diets than people who will not get the £150 increase. More disabled people spend more time at home. It's the same with pensioners. The increases that are happening for those two groups are not sufficient to cover the additional increases in energy costs, particularly, and in specialist diets that people are facing. Yeah.
Very grateful to her giving way, and I'm listening very carefully to her arguments, and she's making some important and useful points, but I have to disagree with her. She cannot honestly stand up there this afternoon and almost just dismiss this enormous sum of expenditure that the government are making and saying that it's not sufficient and that you want more. So perhaps the Honourable Member could explain where is all this extra resource going to come from? I personally believe that the Chancellor of the Exchequer listened. He took on board the arguments that many of us were making earlier in the year about the rising costs of living, and he has done everything possible to make his pounds go as far as they can in providing relief to those on low incomes.
The Speaker did listen to the arguments that were made, absolutely, and I absolutely welcome the fact that he came back and said, look, what we did before wasn't enough. Well, I don't know if he actually said that, but said we are going to do more. We're going to bring forward more. We're going to bring forward, and I'm pleased that we are discussing this today. I'm pleased that these increases are happening. I'm making the case that the increases that are being made, the additional payments that are being made in order to cover cost of living, for a start, they don't cover the cost of living increases that there are. I don't think that they are sufficient. I don't think they will assist our constituents who are already struggling. And the Honourable Member is asking about where the money is coming from. We have always said that the windfall tax should be broader than oil and gas companies. We have always said that the windfall tax should be for all of those who made excessive profits during COVID. Why should the Amazons and the Circles of this world get away with making so much money during the course of the pandemic and not having the government look at that funding? And the reality is the UK government doesn't have to run a balanced budget. You know, that is how the UK government's budget works. It doesn't have to do that, right? Scottish government has to run a balanced budget by law. The UK government does not. So there is far more flexibility in the budget than the Chancellor explains. And we already had a situation where, when the Chancellor stood up on the 27th of May, he was looking at an additional £30 billion of fiscal headroom compared to his earlier projections. So looking at that additional £30 billion of fiscal headroom in the next few years compared to what his targets, compared to what he'd hoped to get. So there was already extra space before he made the decision to do the supplementary tax on oil and gas companies. So there is money there in order to make the additional payments and the additional requests that we are making today. Madam Speaker, the UK government has failed in a number of places. Here are some of the places that the UK government has failed. The UK government has failed to keep the triple lock for pensioners. The UK government failed to keep the universal credit lifeline. They failed to implement a pension credit take-up strategy. They failed to come forward with cost of living measures as early as they should have during the course of the budget. They have failed to scrap the evil sanctions regime. They failed to produce a strategy to tackle child poverty. They failed to bring in a minimum child maintenance payment. They failed to uprate benefits by anywhere close to inflation this year. They failed to scrap the rape clause. They have failed to bring in a real living wage that people can actually live on. They failed to bring forward the long-promised employment bill. They failed to end DWP's vicious loans clawback. Madam Speaker, in contrast, the Scottish Government, the SNP Scottish Government, running that balanced budget is delivering for people in Scotland. In Scotland, we are mitigating the bedroom tax. We are doubling our game-changing Scottish child payment. We're uprating benefits by double the level that the UK government are. We are paying carers allowance supplement to people who are carers. We're paying £200 child winter heating assistance to families with severely disabled children and young people. We are increasing our school clothing grant, a school clothing grant that is not available across the board in England and is at the discretion of local authorities here. We are offering 1,140 hours of childcare to all eligible children, no matter their parents' working status. We are providing 5 new benefits worth up to a maximum of more than £10,000 by the time a first child turns 6. This is more than £8,200 more than that provided in England and Wales. We're also providing additional money for subsequent children that is significantly in excess of the amount that is being provided here. So I have some calls for the UK government. I would like the UK government to now uprate all social security benefits by 10% and backdate this to April 2020. The Chancellor stood there and said that uprating benefits would have been less than the additional payment that it's making. I want him to do both. This is a sticking plaster. Increasing, given this additional one-off payment, does not solve things for next year. It does not undo the fact that this year's increase was woefully insufficient. I'd like the UK Government to make an additional £25 a week in addition to this uplift to universal credit and extend it to all legacy benefits to undo the harm that was done by cancelling the £20 a week cut that there was, the £20 a week increase that there was last year. I'd like them to cancel the rape clause, cancel the two-child limit and cancel the bedroom tax. There is only so much mitigation the Scottish Government can do within our balanced budget. I'd like them to produce a child poverty strategy, make tackling child poverty a national mission, as it is in Scotland. I'd like the UK Government to bring in the long-promised employment bill. They promised 28 times they would bring in an employment bill in the Queen's speech, and no employment bill appeared in the Queen's speech. I would like them to match Scotland's commitment to dignity and respect for those claiming disability benefits. I'd like them to bring in a real living wage and scrap the ageism that there is in the pretending living wage. Madam Deputy Speaker, from day one of the Chancellor's energy loan that he announced earlier this year, we called for it to be a grant rather than a loan. In May, the Chancellor U-turned. He changed it from a grant to a loan, and a loan to a grant, and he increased it like we had asked. Now we must see a U-turn on the 5-week wait for universal credit. We must see that payment become a grant for those who get universal credit. We must not see those payments being clawed back. Madam Deputy Speaker, the UK Government has 85% of the powers on social security. They have got all of the powers that relate to energy. They've got all of the powers that relate to minimum wage. They've got all of the powers that relate to national insurance. Madam Deputy Speaker, we have failed. We're being failed time and time again by the UK Government. We have asked for these measures to be devolved. We have amended things for these measures to be devolved. We have voted for these measures to be devolved. We have called on every opportunity for devolution of employment law, for devolution of energy, for devolution over minimum wage, for devolution over national insurance. Madam Deputy Speaker, the UK Government refuses. The UK Government is continually refusing and clawing back powers from the Scottish Parliament in their Internal Markets Bill, for example. The Brexit Freedoms Bill is set to remove powers from this Parliament and centre it even more in the executive than it already is. This, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is not the way to run a democracy. Mr. Deputy Speaker, people are struggling. People are struggling today. People are still struggling, even with these payments on the horizon. They are still struggling to see how they're going to get through this year. The only choice for Scotland, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is for us to become an independent country so that we can have the full powers of independence, so that we can protect people, so that we can help them through the cost of living crisis in the way that the UK Government refuses to.
Thank you very much. Sir Stephen Timms.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'm very pleased that the bill is in front of us. It's been very clear in the Select Committee in the last few weeks that without a big measure on this kind of scale, low-income families would be in very serious trouble indeed in the coming months. I echo the tribute that's just been paid by the Honourable Member for Aberdeen North to Jack Munro and her campaigning on this, and she gave very compelling evidence to the Select Committee at our meeting on the 9th of March. And the package that's come forward has been widely welcomed. We put out a call for evidence on the cost of living in May. In response, the Joseph Rowntree Foundation said that, and I quote, "The package provided much needed support for households which will protect many of them against rising costs over the coming year." Citizens Advice welcomed the targeted support to low-income households and hoped it would, quote, "start to reverse the worrying trends we've seen in our data, including record-breaking food bank referrals." Unlike the previous announcements, this May package is properly targeted on low-income families, as it needed to be. The Resolution Foundation described it as offsetting, quote, "the poor targeting of previous announcements," and also described it as serious redistribution. It is, I think, a serious response to a serious problem, and I also welcome the Chancellor's change of heart over the windfall tax. to fund some of the help that's needed. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, we do need to be clear. The reason this bill is needed is because the system for social security uprating has failed. It's a long-standing system. There's nothing new about the way it's done, but the unforeseen burst in inflation means that it simply has not worked this year. And on this occasion, the decision has been taken to replace adequate uprating with ad hoc payments from the Treasury. And that will certainly help us through the next few months. But we need now, I think, to rethink the uprating system to make sure that it doesn't let us down again. The Secretary of State, I had to give way to my old friend.
Select Committee Chair, a question. Is he aware that, I think in 1976, the then Social Services Secretary, Barbara Castle, came to the House and uprated benefits and the pension for a second time in the year,